Okay, hello everyone, we are now live again. I'm now just going to turn down my music and get straight into it. Alright. I'll just turn this down on this end. There we go. Right, so we are now going to be doing the final shots for the Marks the Waff case. I already done this one, I think I've done this one over the weekend. I think it was over the weekend. So now what I need to do is I need to do a couple of shots of the actual incident that took place. I have read the court file. His arm is way too long there, I need to remember that. And from what I recall, obviously there was a struggle that took place before Mark's demise. But I'm going to start it with a lovely headbutt. And then we'll go from there. So I've already sketched in a rough pose for the headbutt. I now just need to keep tweaking it a little bit. It's always this section of the eye I always have a little bit of trouble with. Oh, itchy nose. Alright. So now, let's see, we want to go here. Let's go like this. So I need to get the nostrils and the nose to look a little flared. Something like that. I think that is better. I'm actually going to increase the size of this eye just a little bit. There we go. Bring that down, bring that down. I always hate doing wide open mouth poses. Always hated them. Alright, let's see, and then... So I hate them, but they do add quite a lot to a character. It's one thing I do actually need to improve upon. And it was something I was trying to do a lot more in later episodes, but I don't know why, but I stopped. But the main thing I really do need to improve upon is facial expressions. Because you really do forget how expressionative people can be, even just in standard conversations. Alright, oh, I'm not hitting my mic, my pen, am I? No, I'm not. Alright, so teeth, like so. I'm gonna add just a little indication for teeth like that. And then we want to come down like this. Maybe like this. Now I want to come through here and around like so. Alright. That's looking more interesting. Okay. Let's get this eye in. So I was going to have it where he was scrunching up his eyes. But no matter how many times I try and draw that look, that sort of facial expression, it never looks right. So I think I need to spend some time actually studying that sort of facial expression and all. Right, is his ear. I feel like his ears might be... Would his ear be more here? I think it actually would be. Let's do something like this. Oh, I always do... So you'll see with certain earlobes, a lot of people will do this, and that's not wrong. It's not wrong. Some people's ears do have a curve like that, but I've started recently to start doing curves in the opposite direction to give more form to the actual lobe. And I've noticed it really does add a lot more interest, which is obviously the most important thing when it comes to when doing art. Alright, now I do want his jaw to actually be visible and not lost in any form of facial fat, because he was quite an athletic person. Something like that. Yeah, that's looking good. Good. Alright, we're gonna come around like so, and around like so. Let's get the It's hung in. Okay. Now we want to start getting in the actual facial hair. Hello again, hope you've been well. Is this the artwork still the same video as before? It is indeed. We are now moving on to the final frames. I still need to render a couple of the others, but I decided, you know what, they can be done in a day or two. I really should start getting a move on when it comes to rendering out the last frames. So this is what we're doing today. Sorry, not rendering, sketching out and inking the last frames. I have done quite a lot of editing on the episode, and it is actually coming along very, very nicely. I'm still aiming to get it out for around the 15th. I've just got to, there we go, make sure I get my arse into gear. There we go, like that. I say, thankfully, quite a lot of the stuff I'm adding in, I'm going to be adding in quite a lot of footage, as well as snippets from the court documents I found and photographs. But of course, I want to make sure there's quite a lot of artwork as well. But anyway, how are you doing, sir? I've already put your big thank you in the video as well. So, because someone else donated as well. A buddy I used to do quite a lot of gaming with, a guy called Mike. So you two have got a very big special thanks in the video. Let's put that there, put that there. I've been keeping a keen eye. Yeah, as I say, I'm I'm definitely starting to get to that sort of crunch week area. I can imagine this week and a part of next, it's going to be quite a lot of pressure on myself to get it out in time, which I always do. Alright, need to fix this arm, but we'll get to that when we get down to that section. Something like that. Something like that. So the reason I didn't stream, was it last week? Yeah, it was last week. I ended up doing the final parts of the script writing, and I didn't want to let's get that in. There we go, like that. Yeah, and I didn't want to, but I didn't think it would make for a good view. Oh, thank you, Desi. $2. Thank you very much. That's really sweet of you. Thank you. You legend, I appreciate it. I've been well today. Has been interesting. Regional state of emergency due to storms. Still worked my full day while everyone else skipped home. Fun. Oh, thank you for the donation, Desi. I say, I hope your dog walk went well and your dog didn't drag you around everywhere. Because mine bloody does. Let's see, like, oh god, I'm getting confused. Jaw there, and then that needs to curve around. Where's my? I've lost my pen. There it is. Don't let the tornadoes eat you, Black. Nah, if there's a tornado in England, I'll be very surprised. I think that's a sign of the apocalypse, isn't it? I mean, I know we get rain. Have I made his... That's... Alright, nah, that should be okay. That'll be okay. Don't want to sit here screwing around with his hair for too long, otherwise I'll lose focus on the overall image. So we're just going to get the rest of that in. Alright, I think that arm is really annoying me, so I'm going to do that just to get a clearer image of what we've got. Okay. Let's do that. Right, I'm gonna now try and sketch in, well, not sketch in, but put in the overall pose for the next section. Fairly rare down here too, but lately they've actually started to be more frequent, scary enough. There were warnings about a tornado possibility. Oh Christ. Well, keep yourself safe, buddy, alright? I know you though, you'll probably just get in the nearest car that's by you. Just ride in it through the tornado. True fact. There was a tornado outbreak in Britain in the 80s where over 100 tornadoes touched down across the UK. I think that's when curry started to become more popular in England, actually. That's probably why. That's alright, Linda, don't worry. It'll only give me a slight gassy stomach. Oh shit, there goes the roof. Let's see, I hate doing this fold. It's always on this side of the body. Actually, no, to be fair, it's all folds, but this fold in particular. Try to give it some form. I'm going to wrap it in. Now, I'm going to keep this side relatively blank because this arm needs to be more here and it needs to be about there and then like that. I don't know why I've made his forearm ridiculously long. And now I'm going to curve. Oh, Christ. Let's see. I'm just going to curve that up. And then we're going to curve that around. And we're going to do the neck fold. And that should give us a decent enough join there for me to now do a cross pipe fold. Something like that. And then something like this, just to add a little bit of indication. No, actually, I'm going to drop the arm. Actually, I want to make this a little bit smaller. Seems fairly calm at the moment. Appreciate it. Well, I'll say, buddy, I'm sure you'll be fine, but, you know, let's just hope it will remain that way. I know you, though. You're a psychopath. You'll just get in it and start riding around in a bloody tornado. Lighting up some of that devil's lettuce. I always hate that one. Yeah, these folds are still something I really... Well, along with everything else that I say, I'm sure every stream. But it's one of the more main ones I really need to focus on. My problem is I end up giving it where the chest looks kind of just flat. Which, don't get me wrong, under certain clothing conditions is very true. But... yeah, something I definitely need to work upon. There we are. Like that. Like that. I'm actually going to add in the border. So I've got some form of idea what I'm working with. Should be right, only a bit to wind. Oh, could I cheat and get away with hiding the arms for this shot? Why did I separate the chest and the neck? Okay. I mean, I could. I could. I could. I think I will, because to be honest, this is going to be a more of a brutal shot, so you kind of want close-ups on your impactful shots. So do you know what? I'm gonna cheat a little bit and do that. The New Zealand boy. He's one of them sheep men. One of them men who makes love to his sheep. Alright. It's alright, I'm a Welshman. We get it as well. Alright, let's go like that. I'm just gonna, because I've now zoomed all this in, I am gonna have to redraw over it because obviously it loses its line quality. But if I do that, now I need to do. So let's say he's done. Don't insult my woolly wives. Let's see, something like this. Let's see. Yeah, if I do that, I can then do like an arc of blood. That'll be good. That'll be good. All right, let's start getting in the mannequin of the head. Let's see. I'm gonna go here. Trying to smoke in a storm is hard work, but I get, yeah. Nah, I mean, where I at my work, there's no real cover from the rain, like at all. So you'll normally see me underneath, because basically there's like all these trees surrounding the building. So you'll see me underneath there, still getting rained on, but not as much. Why is he yelling? Basically, this is a, I assume you mean him and not me. Basically, this is a an action of him being headbutted. So what I've learned anyway, when it comes to doing these types of actions or fight scenes or anything like that in comic books, you've almost got to do the illustration as like the one frame after the action takes place. So this is after the impact, and obviously I'm making it where he was screaming when he done it. I don't know why that is. I've always thought drawing the actual impact itself would do it, but from what I've seen, that's not always the case. Just taking uber basic measurements. Alright, so it needs to go like that. This is going to be tricky. So it needs to go like that, like that. Something like that. Obviously, I'll bring him closer. So it actually looks like they connected. And then trapezius is going to be something like this. And then that's going to be up like this. Like this, like this, like this, like this. Right, that should be more enough. Now I'm just going to bring you closer and do that. Alright. Now obviously the way it could work, I could do it, would be like a, you know, why am I selecting that? Go away. There we go. So it'd be something like, you know, something like that. Right, let's just start getting this detective in now. I want to basically bust his nose, which for some reason I've noticed in most Beyond the Dark episodes, I've always got a character smoking in one of them. I think I've only had like one episode where a character isn't smoking, but I'm sure in every episode of Beyond the Dark there is someone having a cigarette, and then I think the other most common thing you see is someone with a busted nose. I don't know why, they just seem to be my my go-to things. Right, let's do this. He's on some Mortal Kombat stuff. Finish him. Let's see, like that, like that, like that. I'm not liking that. Ooh, that's disgusting. That needs to go away. So that needs to be more like this, I'd say. And now we need to... do something like this, I think. Signatures on your artwork. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. At least I'm aware of it. The only time I've drawn someone smoking, I unintentionally face the cigarette the wrong way because I don't smoke and have no idea what I'm drawing. So basically, they lit the filter end, which, to be fair, I have done. I think every person who has smoked has done that, and it is the most frustrating thing in the world because the cigarette is ruined. Actually, no, it's not. if you really are a desperate smoker like like I am, you'll smoke through the burnt filter tip. Alright, something like this. Thankfully, it also fit for his cat. Okay, so he was a bit of a dumbass then, so it worked. Right, is this? Yeah, that's about right for this for the moment. I'm just gonna do that. Actually, I think I might pull that back. I might do that there. Shift mark back a little bit. Need to give there a nice amount of indication of what was going on. Yeah, that looks better from a compositional standpoint. Right, let's start actually getting in the character. So I'm going to start inking out some basic details. So obviously we want the nose to be slightly busted. And I also right now need to show the effect that he's been hit. So I need to squish his nose up a little bit and then snap it. Really break that cartilage. That. See, I want to have him more having a sneer, not like a... That would be something like this. Yeah, that's better. That means his jaw is now actually going to be slightly closed, because obviously I've shut his mouth again. Something like that. Yeah, there is a I'm gonna eat you look to it, isn't there? Sort of a Hannibal Lecter aspect. Alright, now, I mentioned scrunched eyes earlier in the stream about how they're one of my weak points, so we're actually going to have to do something here, because, well, if you can keep your eyes open after someone has done this to your nose, then you're either one of the biggest badasses known to man, or there is something very wrong with you. That nose is a little bit meh, so I'm going to try and... So I want it to look busted, or at least not busted, but like being flattened against the face, but I think I need to... I might just stick with the standard, and then... Because if it looks standard, at least then if it looks a bit weird, well, at least normal is fine. Well, you have no eyelids. Let's see. Let's see. So it would be, obviously, his eyebrow muscles. I've forgotten what these muscles are called. We'll obviously be putting a lot of pressure down on the eyes. and it would be something like that. I got to head off and sort myself for work tomorrow, but just wanted to pop in and say hi, and very much anticipating the episode. Well, thanks for popping in, buddy, and I hope you have a good day at work and a good sleep. So hopefully this video will be out as soon as I can, which will be hopefully around about the 15th. Yeah, cheers for popping by, and I'll be streaming all week as per usual. Enjoy your night, bud. Alright, let's do something like this. So we're going to be squinting, obviously, this part of the muscle. We'll activate, obviously, so it's this. And then we're going to probably have something like this. See you later, mate. There we go. And then... yeah, I like that. That's better. I'll probably put his teeth a little bit too far back, so I'm going to actually just do that, and then do that, and then do that. Alright, I think that's definitely... excuse me. Yeah, that's definitely there. Alright, let's just sketch in the other features. While we're here. That's not, there we go. See, these are not going to be perfect in any way, shape, or form. Is that ear too far back? It might be. It might be, you know. Might be about there. I mean, it's a little bit bigger than I'd want it. And then, but what I can do is I can do that, and then I can do that, and I can do that. And then we can bring in the Adam's apple and drop the neck down. There we go. There we go. Obviously, we need to show there is some form of extreme stretch going on with his head here. Effectively something like whiplash. And now I want to throw this guy's hair back, because obviously he's been hit with a very nasty headbutt. Something like this should do it. Not gonna lie, looks like it's slowly turning into a fish man. Let's see. Collar. Oh god, I hate doing collars. Right, and just to add a little bit of depth to the entire image, I'm going to throw this arm in this direction. So it would be something like this. Now this can be very low detail because obviously it's further away. Not that low detail. Let's try something a little bit more interesting. I'm only going to show a few of the fingers, because the rest will be somewhat wrapping underneath. And now I did have him wearing a badge around his neck in an earlier shot, but being a terrible person at continuity, I noticed it was only in that one shot he had the badge around his neck. Otherwise I'd have it here, like, you know, flying backwards. Right, now the fun part. We can get all the inking in, and then I will actually put some flats in, because I feel like this shot's not really gonna pop until we start adding in some of that viscera. Now I am gonna open Mark's eye wider, because I want him to look a little bit more crazed. Let's go for something a bit bigger bigger than that. Let's go for something like this. Alright, something like this. And then I think this eyebrow should actually be here. Something like that. And then let's add some tension around there. Perhaps a little bit of tension there. And then tension here, of course. And this shot is perfect, mate. Yeah, it probably is. When I was hanging out in one of the many art discords I've got, it was me, my buddy Cavan, and a few of his mates, and we were just all drawing, and I think they were watching the Western Unforgiven, if I remember. Never seen it. But what ended up happening was Cavan was working on this absolutely stunning painting he was doing. And I was just doing a ink sketch of a feral ghoul. And it ended up turning into me turning the feral ghoul sketch into an advert for Colgate, the toothpaste brand. It was so stupid. But there we were, giggling away like a bunch of idiots while I was drawing someone with, I think the expression, I think they kept going, oh, he looks like he's now from London because of how screwed his teeth are. I was like, thanks, lads. Yeah, thank you. Love you too. Bastards. Alright. There we are. Let's see. I think something like this should do it. Look at that moustache. Yeah, I say his beard hair has changed in length a little bit throughout the course of the episode because it was supposed to be more like penciled to a point, but I noticed that no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't make that look consistent in different shots. So I just thought, you know what? I'm just gonna give him a goatee instead. Artistic license, I'm allowed. Alright. Let's do that instead. Add a little bit of sharpness to his facial features. Yeah, facial hair is it's kind of a weird one. It's kind of a really weird one. It either comes out looking absolutely awesome if you can do it right. Other times, the hardest thing I find is like I always don't get the forms to like go in the right direction, so it looks like it's a fake moustache that's just been like stuck on. It never looks genuine, never looks like it actually melds with the forms. Then other times I do it and it comes out looking perfect. It's definitely one of the weirder ones out there. Alright. It's this section here that's always the hardest in a lot of these poses. It's that weird section between the corner of the mouth towards this part of the chin. And then this section here where you've got to add some overlap to show that obviously it's in front. I'm just gonna add some indication that this hair's a little bit obviously coarse. Like that. I'm gonna wrap it up and around. Oh. Why is that not? That's why it doesn't look right. There we go. Yeah, he's coming along lovely. Right, I do want to add in the thing for the jaw here, and I'm going to pull this back, I think. I'm going to do that instead. Fur and hair are literally Satan to me. I remember when I was doing some sketches for like Viking stuff and whatever else, and I had to, obviously you have to do a lot of braids and then pelts, and I straight away, because I don't use this brush in my own sketches. I use, actually no, this is the brush I use in my own sketches. That's a lie. Why am I using this brush? I should be using this brush. So this is the brush I typically use in Beyond the Dark. This one is a modified one that I do actually need to slightly remodify, so I'm going to go back down to like there. So as you can see, it's got a much lower opacity, because that allows me to go in and do things like, so let's say if we're going to do the nose, I can do things like this. I can add a very subtle cross-hatching and tone to the piece, which I normally like to do on my own. The only reason I don't do it so much on Beyond the Dark is that it can take a hell of a lot of time. But as you can see, it already adds a little bit more interest to the overall piece. Let's go. But when I was trying to do that with like things like pelt and fur, it just, it took so long. Not because obviously he's trying to sit and do every strand, but you're trying to get the abstract look of it. And no matter what I was doing, I kept doing it wrong. Right, I have unfortunately been using my custom brush for this, so I'm for this shot I will break my rule and just use it. Now I think that's the issue I'm having. I think I've made his head a little bit too big. So, not too big, sorry, his neck too long. Let me take a measurement, or a rough measurement. Yeah, his neck should actually, his head, or this part anyway, should be more back here. So I'll draw the rest of the head in, and then I'll just lower that so I don't get confused. Ear, cartilage, dark spot, like that. Let's add some tension into the jaw. And then let's do that. Let's do that. Let's do this. Curve that around. No, that does not need to curve around. Alright, okay, let's also cut that in and do that. Alright. Bring that up. Actually, that should be more about here, I think. So if we do something like that, that's too small. Need to account for the rest of the head and the cranium, so it would actually be about here, probably. Oh, like that. Okay, a little bit there. Right, what I'm going to do now, I'm going to do this. That's better. Ever thought about doing a then and now showcase of some of your art? I have done, yeah, because obviously my art has come quite a long way over the years. I'm just going to go through, just going to quickly do this. And then I'm just going to do that. There we go. So yeah, I 100% have done. I think I'm predominantly going to end up doing something like that in... sorry, just brain farted. There we go. Yeah, I'm predominantly going to do something like that in the making of Beyond the Dark, which is that special behind the scenes things I'm still working on. A lot of it's there, a lot of it is ready to go, but I'm working on quite a few special things for it, and then I end up stopping working on it because obviously I need to get, oh, there we go, like that. Yeah, because I need to then work on actual episodes of Beyond the Dark as well. But yeah, no, I do want to do like a sort of showcase in that to kind of show how far the art's come, not just from a Beyond the Dark standpoint, but in general. But basically to show people you don't need to have any innate talent to draw. It's all learned. And even though I am still a long ways off from where I would like to be, I think that's the same with any artist, but even so, even though I am a long ways off to where I would like to be, I can't deny I've improved a hell of a lot since, you know, day one, let's be honest. That way in hell I would have been done do any of this. Okay, that is looking a lot better. His head's more closed in. Right, okay, let's get the other head in, and then I can focus on everything else. Now, do I want to break out a tooth? I think I do. Go back to this brush. There we go. Let's just do that. Just something nice and simple. Right. Okay. That is one hell of a honker. Let's adjust that. I've got a bad habit of doing that. I've made that nose insanely powerful. I met someone in one of the tabletop RPGs I'm in who's seen some of your stuff before. Oh, awesome. Did they hate it? I'm not surprised if they did. Like that, like that, like that, like that. Around there. And then like that, like that, like that. That's not good. Oh, fair enough. Well, I'm glad they were impressed. Let's say. Actually had someone in that server I sent you. I joined there obviously ages ago, but actually, how did I do that? I wasn't paying it. Okay, note to self, the second part of the eyelid, I had shadow there, and suddenly that looks a lot better. I wasn't even paying attention. I hate it when that happens. Comes out good because you're not paying attention. Yeah. All right. Anyway, yeah, so I had someone in there who had seen my stuff before when, and it's always weird when someone goes, "Oh, I know your channel." You're like, "Oh, okay." Hello. Alright, let's bust this lip up like that. Make that real nasty part like that. Is that a little bit more? That sort of. No, I describe it for the lower tongue. Lower tongue? Yes, lower tongue, because humans have more than one. Let's really do that to the teeth. Yeah, it is. I say it was really weird. The guy was taken back because he was expecting me to be like, you know, I guess refined. I don't know. However I sound in my videos. And it's like, no, I'm a bit of a dumbass, to be honest, mate. I just dick about. I have fun. I don't take myself seriously in the slightest. But I don't like to represent the stories I tell. Excuse me, in that regard. Because otherwise that'd be, yeah, wouldn't be very nice. Right here, here. And then let's really stretch out this part of the neck and the chin. That's not helping the situation. Let's do this and then do this. It'd be good if he was actually looking at the person he had butted, wouldn't it? There we go. Right, so this is a little bit more of a complicated shot, so this one's taking me a little bit longer. Oh, I've always felt that's like looking at someone's final essay for an English exam and expecting to write like that in all of their text. Yeah, it's totally unrealistic. I mean, the latest, because I'm working on a special beyond the, I had to use the word special there, so I'm gonna have to double up on the word. I'm working on a special Beyond the Dark special. And in that I've completely reformatted how sorry, I've got an itchy ear. There we go. I'm completely reformatted how I've done the scripts, made them a little bit more interesting, have a bit more of a hook, but stay away from like how most, you know, true crime TV shows are, because I saw one last night. I think it was called Ice Cold Killers, and it made me wanted to headbutt the TV. There was a guy on there who was a quote-unquote crime expert. That'd be like me having me on there. It means nothing. You've got no credentials. Get off the show. And it was just, he was trying to do this whole, you know, it was clear the victim knew the killer. It was, oh, fuck off. Honestly, mate, go away. You made a show that actually had potential to be good to just be crap. And I think he was one of the producers. That's normally how it works. Anyway, let's do that. And ever since watching shows like that, I've kind of sat there and thought, God, I need to make sure I never ever do that with Beyond the Dark. Because if I need to, because to be honest, the first few episodes were very much in that vein, and it just makes me sit there and go, oh God. But yeah, with these specials I'm working on, say, because obviously I've got the North Hollywood shootout, which won the poll, Christ, well over a year ago now. Self-appointed professional murder expert. Yeah, it's basically it's the same thing. It's like you've got no you know, degree in psychology, or you're not a criminologist in any form of way. You got nothing, and somehow they end up on the show. There we go. But no, I say I wanted to make sure that when I do these specials and they come out, that it's everything I've been working so hard towards all comes together in like one perfect macabre little package. Okay. And from what I've done so far with it, I genuinely think that's how it's going. There'll probably be some of the best work I'll do what I've ever done. However, it's going to take a little bit of time to get there, because it's not going to be about one crime like my other specials were planning to be. It's actually going to be talking about an entire area in of itself. Yeah, let's do that. There we go. Oh, that came out. That came out. That's fine. That's right. Let's do that. We curve that around. Actually, let's do that. Let's end that. Let's end that there. There we go. I think I made that part of his. Yeah, that part of him was too long. So yeah, it's going to be on my head, an entire area instead. And because of that, I'm going to be covering, I think in total, it's going to be... This is just a number I'm pulling out. That's pulling out my arse, to be honest, but I think it's going to be about 14 cases. Spanning from you know, not just, I think, 2 serial killers. What else? I know there was a robbery involving Kalashnikovs. Couple of abductions, a couple of bodies found in very horrific circumstances. All in the same area over the course since like 1960. I think the first case takes place in 1968, and then obviously we move forward from there. But as I say, I'm keeping it very much under wraps for now. Apart from obviously what I've just said now, but I want it to be absolutely perfect, or as perfect as I can make it when we start getting closer to release. My plan is to actually do a a couple of like preview episodes, or at least release a few episodes as their standalone piece to kind of build some hype for it and kind of do this big thing at the intro. You know, this is a segment from the upcoming episode, blah 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 blah. That's better. So yeah, excuse me, I need to make a disgusting mouth noise. There we go, forgive me. So yeah, it's something I'm very excited about and very happy to do. However, doing some of the translations has been a bit of a nightmare, as unfortunately a lot of English sources have been lost to time. But we're getting there. One thing I am actually also planning on doing with it, I don't know if I'll ever go through with it, excuse me, but I was actually planning on, once the episodes for this special were near complete, where all the artwork was done and the script was finalized, instead of getting myself to record it, or at least not all of it, I was actually going to get in contact with some other channels to see if they want to collaborate. But then on the same hand, there is a selfish part of me that's like, no, it's my baby. It's my baby. Do I want other people on my baby? But I'll see. I'll see if it's something I'd want to do. The problem is, I've been in contact with a couple of channels. The hardest part is it's I don't know. It's because, I guess, because of the way my time frame works with. There we go. The way my time frame works with a lot of these, well, channels in general, you know, they can get videos out in a couple of weeks, maybe a month, depending on who they are. But me, it can take a much longer amount of time. But who knows? There's a couple of names I have in mind that I'm going to try and get in contact with and see if we can potentially do something. But otherwise, it'll be little old me as per usual. But the video will probably end up being around about, not this one, obviously I'm working on now, but the special, I'm hoping, will be in the realms of an hour and a half. At least. And as you can imagine, that is a hell of a lot of artwork. Let's see, we need to do that. And then... excuse me, I'm very burpy today. I had a bit of a junk day yesterday, and I think my stomach is making me pay for it. There we go. There we go. Alright, let's get an English outline around Mark's head so he doesn't look so weird and phantom and ghost-like. And then we're actually close. The background for this shot is going to be either... oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Sorted. So yeah, the background for this shot is probably going to be a gradient to show the violence that's happening, but we shall see. Might be part of my recent breathing problems at work. Ooh, fun. So for me, yesterday, I'm normally pretty good when it comes to eating utter crap, but yesterday I was feeling a bit meh. I think it's because we've had this big bank holiday, We've had a 3-day weekend, and I just kind of sat and thought I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I'm feeling a bit low. Screw it, I'm going to order some crap. Excuse me. Excuse me. Let's do that. So many wrinkles. Clearly someone forgot to iron their shirt. Well, it's meant to be the good old convict jumpsuit. Why is my cursor being weird? Stop it, cursor. There we go. Let's do that. Okay. Ginger tea is your friend. No, I think my friend when it comes to the cough would be quitting cigarettes, but I don't see that one happening for a while. If you mean my stomach, then yeah, probably. Nah, to be honest, my stomach's alright. I was feeling a bit bloated earlier. But that's what happens when you eat utter rubbish. Let's sort that out there. That one. Right, let's do a... My god. There we go, my god. Right, and through here. There we go. Alright, I might add in a slight cast shadow over his little tongue. And then maybe a little bit of that. Okay. Do you need me to ship you a cough drop? I've actually got cough drops, funny enough, in the kitchen, but, no, it's, there we go. It's tar build-up or whatever on the lungs. That lovely stuff. Good old smoker's cough. But I have been smoking for, like, what? Let's see. 14 years? 15 years? Something like that. Like that. Okay. He's come out better than I expected, actually. And obviously this is going to be the detective here. We are obviously going to have a nasty bit of gore here. I was thinking about adding like a comic book impact effect, but I ain't too sure. I mean, I can, if I really want to, add a bit of animation to the frame by literally just putting them close together and then just separating them with a sound effect and a bit of a camera shake. And obviously that will clearly put the point across. But I don't know if I want to do that. I don't know if I can be asked. If it doesn't say I'm gonna eat you, I will protest. That's a hell of a collar I put on there. Let's try that one again, shall we? Let's make it more realistic and not as insane. this. Nope. Maybe we'll see. So I know you have a giant list of case recommendations. Sorry, I take it. Oh, there we go. But sorry, my brain just started there. I kind of want to choose here. Go for it. What you got for me? Let's see, do that. There. Right. Have I? I'm a child. Let's see. This is always one of the hardest parts of the fabric. Something like that. And then maybe something like that. Yeah, that'll work. Doesn't need to be perfect. Alright, let's see. Once I've got his annoying hair in. So, because we're going to go from this shot, obviously, to this shot. But the whole point is to eventually to a shot where... Sorry, just having a stretch. Where Mark and the agent are struggling on the ground before the officer comes up behind him and unfortunately executes him, which, you know, not exactly part of the police code, I'm sure, but hey ho. Anyway, do you still plan to on covering, I'm not going to say that word because I'm sure the live stream will go ape, but yeah, because I've been doing a deep dive into Scandinavia and I've stumbled across the subby recently. I do what I've kind of decided to do in regards to topics like that, because obviously they're a lot more, predominantly anyway, a lot more historical. I think it kind of lends itself to these specials I'm doing where I focus on an area and then I can go back in time and obviously talk about, you know, everything about this specific place. Yeah, no, well, you can type it, I just can't say it because, you know, YouTube is weird. Well, I can't say it, but I'm not going to risk it. But yeah, so I think it would lend itself to, so if I was in certain areas, so if I was covering Scandinavia as a whole, and I chose certain areas and locations, and obviously an event like that were to take place, and of course, yeah, I'd cover it. But as a singular video, I feel like, I don't know, it wouldn't grab my interest as much because but when I'm focusing on more than one event in a certain area, it almost feels like you get a complete history of said area. But if I were to just do one and done, it would just kind of feel like I'm glossing over it. So yeah, it will be something in the future. But also the only other issue with situations and scenarios like that, that's a lot of people to draw, and where I have gotten better at drawing smaller characters. So for example, if I pull up let's see, where is it? Is it Act 3 or is it Act 2? I think it's Act 2. Yeah, so this is some frames from this episode. And as you can see, they're in color because on my Patreons, which I'm sure 95% sure you still are, they will get full colorization of each episode I do from this point on. But when it comes to doing like smaller people, as you can see, I've now gotten better at doing simplification, especially when it comes to frames like this, because there's no point trying to draw a massive full figure. And it also means I can do more. Why is he? Oh no, that's the most my brain playing tricks on me. It also means I can now do more interesting shots like this one here. You know, where the camera's really, 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 really far away. So yeah, it's definitely something I can consider covering. Oh, my music has stopped. What on earth? Yeah, no, so there are a lot of unfortunate events, obviously, of that nature. But it's really just, it's kind of difficult to cover them, because obviously you start getting into the political side of things, and unfortunately it opens the channel up to, you know, people really starting to push their political agendas on everyone, and it's just like, do I want that? Do I want that stuff on the channel? You know, because I saw the effect of that with Unit 731, and it's not pleasant. It's not pleasant. But on the same hand, you know, it needs to be spoken about. Where I'm certainly not gonna pretend to be a catalyst for talking about these events, because, you know, I'm just a moron who makes videos on YouTube. At the very least, I'd like to be able to start a dialogue, if I can. If PCB. Yeah, it's kind of hard to avoid it. It really depends on who you're talking to. Excuse me. I personally do everything in my power to just, you know, block it out, because I have no interest. No interest at all. But for some reason, there are people out there who have to talk about it and have to... I mean, I know I'm kind of doing that now, but there are people out there that, I mean, do it to get into arguments, and I just don't see the bloody point. I've got better things to do with my time. Like learning how to draw better hair. There we go. Nah, his hair will do. It'll do. I ain't gonna blow a gasket over it. As long as the composition itself looks relatively alright. One thing I did notice, a lot of artists, I think it was either David Finch or someone else, it's the idea of that you have to be easy on yourself no matter how far in art you've come, because there's always going to be something you're not going to be very good at drawing, or something that's going to need improving. So you've got to learn to settle as and when you can. Don't get me wrong, I could very easily right now pull up a reference and then use that to get a more realistic looking hair. Something I can very easily do. But I'm not gonna. For a simple reason being, I don't want to be slowed down right now with constant reference. I do need reference, and I should be using reference more than I actually do, to be totally honest. But as of right now, I just want to get this piece relatively sorted and done. That hand came out a lot better than I was expecting. Alright then. I'll say that 2 inking shots are done. Now the background itself will probably be some form of gradient. The next shot would possibly be... Oh, my back! Ow! So I'm trying to think for the next shot, because I don't want the actual next shot to be the struggle just yet, because I'm going to lead that into kind of a, you know, big epic finale for this episode. So an in-between shot I could potentially do. Christopher Apodica. I assume I pronounced that right. I hope I did. How you doing, buddy? My boy there got a long head. So I'm trying to think for the next shot. I could just do a close up of Mark's eyes, a little bit of speckled blood on his cheek. A little bit dramatic, I know, but I like that sort of cinematic dramaticism, if that's even a word, which is probably not. Let's see, let's get that in then. Let's go back. Yeah. I don't know why I've made these frame edge borders so goddamn thick. Do you do all your own artwork? I do indeed. Yeah, I do indeed, which is why it takes so bloody long. Yes, I do all the artwork. Nope, don't want that one. God's sake. Ah, screw it. I'll sort these borders out when we finish. I don't know why I've made these so thick. Right, just give me 1 second. But what we're going to do is now we're now going to do a close-up of Mark's face with a little bit of speckled blood. Wait, so each episode is done by you? Yep, everything. The editing, research, narrating, art. Yeah. Thank you. So give me 1 second. I just need to grab something. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. I have returned. Absolutely love your videos. Well, thank you, Chris. I assume you're happy with me calling you Chris, or would you prefer Christopher? Either way, thank you very much. I'm really glad you enjoy my work, my friend. I'd say right now I am going to be pretty much streaming on the daily, apart from weekends. The only other time I won't be streaming is if I'm doing script writing, because watching my dyslexic arse try to write scripts would be entertaining, but it's not very much there for visual stimulation. That is a word. Why did I use that word? That's not a natural word in my vocabulary. You get what I'm trying to say. Yeah, so unless I'm script writing, I'm pretty much going to be streaming throughout the weekday, which will be about 8:30/9 o'clock in the morning for me, because obviously I live in the UK, to around about 2 PM again for me. I'm not sure whereabouts you be based, sir, but I'm sure with a quick Google search you could figure out the time. Anyway, we're now going to do a close-up of Mark's eyes before we then move on to the big final shot, or one of the final shots, of Mark and the officer struggling on the ground as Mark supposedly was trying to reach for his firearm, which, yeah, let's be honest, I don't think he was. Anyway, had to go get my vape. Yeah, Chris is good. Awesome. That's what I will call you, because I'm sure the only people that call you Christopher are your are your parents, and normally when you've done something wrong. It's normally how it works with names like that. It's like my name's Stanley, but call me Stan because only my mother calls me Stanley. That's not my name, by the way. My name is actually Adam, the scholar of the first sin, if you'd prefer. All right, let's see. Now I want to do a close up of Mark, obviously looking pretty much directly at the camera. So I'm going to rough out a part of the brow bone. I'll try to be there, but if you're doing it this late at night all the time, I'm going to throw some hands. Well, unfortunately, obviously, I have to do it obviously on my schedule because I've got work in the evening on my end. I would stream at night if I could, but I can't, sadly. Which is annoying because obviously I know a lot of my audience is from the US. So that does kind of screw the pooch on that one a little bit. However, I'm sure I can eventually find a way to start doing live streams much later, some point in the later future. The way I see it now is I'm just so glad I'm actually streaming. Because beforehand my internet just would not do it. So yeah, here's a quick little tip that I picked up on. If you're struggling to get the nose to come out at a decent angle from the face, especially when you're doing 3/4, drawing a plumb line from just about where the eyebrow not starts but a little bit further in will normally give you a good distance from that to the keystone. This is what I've discovered recently anyway. But I'm doing that again because I'm not happy with that angle. I want it to be a little bit more front on. Can I ask a personal question regarding your life within content creating? Yeah, of course you can, mate. If I can actually get the words out properly. Yeah, of course you can. Any questions you got, buddy, I will do my best to answer. I've done the same bloody angle again. Brain, work with me. Done it again. I can't seem to. There we go. Now I can see it. There we go. Now let's just get some form of keystone in. Something like this. Something like this. Something like that, something like that. Okay. So about there. Shit, it'd be more about there, wouldn't it? Excuse me. Something like that, something like that. Alright, now because we are doing a close-up, I want to get a little bit more of the nitty-gritty here, so let's see. Say the eye about here. Why choose this, as in why choose historical events such as so just so I can clarify the question, why specifically have I chosen to do like more violent events? Is that what you're questioning, or is it the actual this case itself? So why choose this as in choose? Okay, sorry, no, yeah, sorry, I misread the question there. So the channel as a whole, if that's what you're asking, the main reason I chose it is always because I had a mass fascination with anything related to true crime. It all really started about, oh god, 10 years ago. I used to be a massive fan of a channel by a guy called Rob Gavigan. Gavigan, I think. And I absolutely loved his content at the time, and I loved the fact that there was an artist that would also draw some scenes. At the time, I couldn't draw at all. And I always thought to myself, you know, I'd love one day to be able to do something like that, and obviously do my own full-blown illustrations of the episodes instead of just, you know, 5 images. But I'd say, keep in mind at the time, I had some YouTube experience, but not in terms of a channel. And then I ended up watching a documentary from the early 2000s called 0 Hour. And it was done in a style that literally took an event such as the sarin gas attacks in Tokyo or Columbine, and it done an entire 1 hour recreation of the events. And it just absolutely blew my mind watching a documentary approaching that way. It was more of a docudrama, don't get me wrong, but I absolutely found it fascinating. And then it was around the same time that I was watching Rob Gavigan, and I just kind of sat there and thought, you know what, I'm gonna basically let this stew, and we'll see what happens. Go on about 3 or 4 years later, and I'd completely forgotten about, you know, potentially doing a channel such as Beyond the Dark. And I found myself actually doing art. Ironically, because at the time I was working on a gaming channel that's now completely dead. You know, the videos are gone, this, that, and the other. But what I was doing at the time was I was learning art to do the thumbnails. And I always had a massive interest in art. And I'd only been doing art for about a year's time before Beyond the Dark actually came out. And that's obviously when I remembered, hey, you know, I wanted to do this big true crime channel. And I'd been getting more and more interested in true crime, especially about more obscure cases. And I noticed, especially at the time, no one else was really doing what Beyond the Dark was doing. So I thought, screw it, let's give it a shot and let's see what happens. If it crashes and burns, well, it's no loss to me. I'm still going to continue doing artwork. And then the Tsuyama Massacre came out, which was obviously my very first video, which you can tell because I'm very nervous in it. And within about 3 weeks to a month, I went from basically no channel at all to about 1,000 subs and a couple of thousand views, or about 1,000 views on the video. And even though in terms of everything that's not much, when you consider that at the time I had a gaming channel that had taken me 3 years to barely get to 1,000, and I was barely scraping 30 or 40 views, and then in my first video of Beyond the Dark completely smashed everything out of the water, it made me sit there and go, okay, I've got something to work with here. So yeah, and then after that I kind of sat there and decided, well, Beyond the Dark, as much as it is about telling stories, it's also about as a way for me to get better at my artwork. Which is why I do everything by myself, because if I hired a team, which would cost me an absolute, you know, an absolute fortune, and this channel doesn't make much in terms of money, I won't lie. It just, yeah, it was, it just kind of became this sort of perfect amalgamation of a passion project, and Beyond the Dark is, it's a complete passion. Did a set of stress come in when that happened? If you mean like, yeah, there was some stress. it's also why I kind of got rose-tinted glasses at the very early onset of my channel, because my second video was Unit 731, and that video is still my most highest viewed video, and I can't stand watching it. It's over dramatic as hell. The artwork needs some serious redoing. The research was spotty at best. You know, I had no idea what I was doing at the time, and I, for some reason, decided to choose an incredibly difficult subject to cover, and a very, you know, controversial subject to cover. But I do actually plan, I've said this to someone else, to go back and do a Unit 731 revisited. Is that looking good? That's looking alright. I'll play around and fix this. But yeah, so there were a lot of factors that made me get quite stressed. I feel like that I'd effectively caught lightning in a bottle, and it was never going to come back again. That video is what got me into your channel, but as an artist who continues to build and get better ideas. Yeah, as a lot of people have come from Unit 731, and I do appreciate that, and don't get me wrong, that video has done a lot to help. But I honestly think if I were to redo it now and give it the genuine love and attention it deserves, I really think I could make it something special. I just think the main issue I had with it was just I wouldn't hate it and cringe at it so much if I didn't suddenly decide it needed to be read like a bloody Shakespeare novel. So, but you live and learn. That's why I haven't sat there and gone, oh, I'm gonna take it down, because no, it's part of the channel's history at this point. You know, I may sit there and look at it and hate it with every inch of my being, but it's a part of the channel. It is what it is. So yeah, there we go. I'm just gonna lower the eyebrow arch on Mark here, and I'm actually going to add a little bit more fat, I guess, into a section of his eye, because I'm not happy with that. I think I've made his eye a little bit too long, actually. Let's do something more like this. Right, if we lower that. I'd say I know a lot of people still quite enjoy it. And I'm glad people do enjoy it. Just me personally would like to, I would like to give it a second shot, because since that video's release, I've come across so many, you know, so much research papers, so many first-hand witness accounts on. Oh, let me just get that in. There we go. Yeah, so many first-hand witness accounts from the soldiers who are actually there. On the contrary, I find it quite entertaining when you treat everything like yeah, but I couldn't. I really couldn't do that. Ah, that's better. That's looking more like an eye. There we go. So a little bit of indication of the top part of the lid there. And then that's better. That'd be better. I'm just gonna lower that down. And now I want to start putting in the bridge. There we go. But as I was saying to corn syrup, or I'm just gonna call them Desi because they're one of my Patreons, and it's just easier to say their name that way. There we go. I'm doing this special where I'm going to be focusing on a specific area in the world, and do all these different cases in one big video. And when eventually I do a episode somewhere else in China, it'll be nice to actually go back and revisit it, use Unit 731 and give it the proper love it deserves. see, so I need to actually go like this. It's always this part of the keystone that gives me issue. The nose and the keystone are some of the worst parts. But you know, thank you for showing it to your friends and obviously your girlfriend. I hope she enjoyed it. That is not an eyebrow. I don't know what that is. Let's try this one again, shall we? Shall we? There we go. No, that still looks bloody awful. Something like that? Yeah. So I always try to put as much effort into the faces I draw, because there's this artist called John Grello. I believe he was a concept artist for Ubisoft, or still is a concept artist for Ubisoft. Or is that Boris Mitkov? No, sorry, John Grello was... I believe he's done some work for Marvel. And I think he has done concept art for some games, but it wasn't Assassin's Creed. I believe that was Boris Mitkov. I think I'm confusing the two. Anyway, John Grello is an absolute master at drawing these realistic looking faces, but not doing them in an oil paint way or anything of that nature. He does them with digital ink. Excuse me. And I have absolutely mad respect for the man, because he clearly understands the full anatomy, and basically he completely understands how the human face works. And I try so hard each time I draw a face to just get ever so closer to emulating that man's style. And it may take me the rest of my bloody life, but that is a commitment I am willing, absolutely willing to do. Like that. Some badass work you're doing. Thank you very much, Fred. As I say, I'll if you give me a second to just put this eye in, I can give you a kind of a proper solid glimpse at what we've got so far. Well, not what we've got so far, but a shot of one of the many images I've done. So this right here is a compilation of quite a few of the shots in the episode. And the reason why it's in color is because I wanted to end up doing a bunch of uncut episodes for Patreon, but the truth was I didn't have time, which sucked. So what I decided to do instead for Patreon is they'll get everything in full color. And the way, obviously, this will be a single, like every single one of these frames will appear in the video at once as I tell the story, so it'll be, you know, more like that. So yeah, I was quite happy with how a lot of these came out, and I was very happy with those hands. I love those hands. Let's get this back. Let's do that. So yeah, and when it comes to drawing the way I've done it, it's again, I've got absolutely zero innate talent. I could, if you go back 4 years, maybe 5, about that time I started to draw. Beforehand, I couldn't draw at all. And it really just comes down to, if it's something you really want to learn, there are plenty of resources out there for you to do it. You just gotta understand that it will obviously take a lot of time and a hell of a lot of effort on your part. But if you are willing and you do put the effort in, and then yeah, it'll you will do it. It'll all come together. I need to actually put in yeah, I don't exactly do things in halves. When I add in a lot more shots than are completely necessary. even a shot. I mean, I'll end up, and it's such a stupid thing, and I know how to avoid it. I should always write my scripts first and then do an art script to know what I need to do. You know, record the narration and then listen to the narration, go, right, I only need 3 shots for this part, or 2 shots, or 5 shots, or how many other shots I need. But I do it the other way around. I get the research done, I draw the shots, I then write the script, I then narrate, and then sit there and go, oh, this part of the narration, you know, is only 30 seconds long, and I've done 8 shots for it. Oh, well, they've got 8 shots. It's a bad bloody habit. Oh, I did not mean to punch my microphone there. It's a bad habit, and I need to switch things around. Let's say my missus says to me all the time, she's like, oh, you know, what shot are you on now? And it's like, I don't know, 73, I think, of a 5-minute video. So it is a common problem, and it's also something I'll address. It's kind of what the Beyond the Dark special I'm working on is about, because I told myself I'm not going to do any art for it. Well, I say that I have done some art for it, but I'm actually going to scrap it because I'm not actually happy with how it came out. But I'm actually going to not do any real art for the special until I have, you know, at least one of the scripts done. Then I'm going to write an art script, and then from there I'm going to figure out exactly what is needed, because I feel like then I can get a much more focused picture to what's going on, instead of just drawing a bunch of random bloody images. That needs to peak down here, and then do this. Really weird lines. Don't know why I was doing them ones. Let's do these ones instead. All right, through here. Alright, definitely starting to get more of an interesting face shape going on here now. That didn't come out very well. Let's try that again. We need to add a little bit more, something like that. About there. Okay. So yeah, so these shots are coming together. I won't lie, it does look like he's kind of Fusro-Dard him there. But as I say, it'll be alright once I add a few things in here and there, just to kind of give a bit of an indication that that's a headbutt and is not and is not the Dovahkiin or whatever it's called in Skyrim. I can't remember. Alright, let's see. I want to now add the next parts of the keystone. So there we are. Like so. so let's get the next part of the eyeball in. There we go. But yeah, and I'd say when it comes to like sorry, there we go, like that. Promoting the channel, it's not really something I've done too much. I say I've done it obviously a decent amount on Reddit. I actually haven't done that in quite some time. I always hear people mention about like true grime true grime for all your cleaning needs, true crime groups on Facebook, but I've never ever liked the bloody platform. I mean, to be honest, I don't really like Reddit, to be honest, but you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. There we go. So I don't even have a Facebook account to post on there. But I could always set one up, I guess. But it seems like a monumental pain in the ass for very little in return. Right, let's get this. It can be very grimy. Yeah, true crime can be very grimy. And then through here. So I need to give some indication of hair here, just to show that this is a obvious close-up of Mark. This eyebrow's giving me issues. Made it too thin, that's why. Yeah, I see my problem. I'll fix that in a bit. Just get the rest of the head stuff sorted. So if I actually do this, I actually want to go more over here. I want him to be more calf. Because I've got a habit when it comes to doing these close-up shots where I add in where I add in too much of the side of the head when it's just not necessary. Right, let's try this one again. So yeah, that'll do. Right, let's just add a little bit of a thicker line on the nose. Side of the head, and any extras I want to add, I can. So something like that, and then let's just start getting some indication in for other parts of the hair. Okay, I'm just going to go like this. And then like this. That's a weird thing to do there. Why did I do that? Okay, I think that's good enough for now. I'm just going to My man, it's like 2:45 a.m. Here. I need to get going. Will you go to sleep then? Well, thank you so much for popping in and hanging around for as long as you did. That was very kind of you. So I am sorry I stream in the morning, but it's the only time I get to stream. But if for whatever reason you decide to watch the streams on replays, you can. Say my channel's got them all there for you, if that's something you decide to do, if you fancy listen to background noise while you draw. But I hope you get some good sleep, and hopefully I will catch you in a later stream at some point. Alright, I think these are actually all ready to be rendered out, to be totally honest. I don't think I need to do anything more interesting. Thank you very much, Desi. Very, very kind. Go on, go get yourself some sleep, alright? Thank you again, that's very, very kind of you. Alright, let's see, we want to go for... let's see, middle, sort of sunset-y is what I'm kind of going for, so I need to go for this sort of skin tone, maybe a bit darker, so I can play around with some highlights. So if I just get this in new... where's my... that's not what we want. I'm just going to put in all the flats for now. So we now want to go for the eye as well. So let's go for around about here. Let's make that a little bit more grey. Something about here should do. Hey man, where you been? I'd say, hey buddy, how you doing? Last week I was there we go. I was doing the script writing, and as funny as it would have been to probably watch me have a massive dyslexic breakdown as I was trying to write, I didn't think it'd make for that good viewing. I did put up a thing in a community post. There we go. But I was getting all the script writing and narration done for the episode. Still got a little bit left to do in terms of narrating and script writing. Literally, I've got to just finish it up. But we are back for the rest of the week again as we go about getting all of this sorted. How have you been, my friend? Put that in, do that. So. Good. Glad you're doing well. There. So. Oh, God. Oh, yeah, I forgot. This pen has a really weird glitch. I don't know why it does this. It adds like a really weird red hue. Okay, let's get rid of that. That makes him like he's got a weird scar. I probably could use that to my advantage on something if I was a little bit more smarter. Alright, just gonna get all the flats in for his close-up of his face. And then obviously need to do his eyebrow. And his general eye colour. And then from there, we just need to then start thinking about little things like the redness of the nose, probably slight redness in the eyes. And then of course, the most important part will be adding in the blood. This. I am indeed. I say the episode is actually very close now to being done. When I was going through the script, I think the episode is currently sitting at about 9-ish minutes. I think a little bit longer. And then by the time it's done, I think... Actually, no, I think it is longer. I know the first act is about 5 minutes. I think the second act is pushing me to around about 10. I'm pulling the second number out of my arse, I won't lie. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty decent length. But we are literally getting down to the final parts when it comes to the artwork. Once these 3 frames are done, I need to do the struggle and then the death of Mark. And then I literally need to then just go through and render out all the previous shots, which is mainly Mark in the counselling building, a couple of the insert shots. But yes, we are very, very close now. Excuse me. So there's going to be a lot of... it's going to be basically a... I just noticed a mistake. That's going to annoy the hell out of my brain. But yeah, it's going to basically be a crunch week for me for the next coming weeks. If it isn't out by the 15th... excuse me. It'll be out around the 15th. I'll say that. That's for damn sure. It's definitely coming out this month. There's no two ways about it. I'm gonna make sure that bloody happens. But I say I want it to be a nice, decent length. And then once it's up and released, I will obviously then have the 8 Immortals Restaurant Part 2 be my next focus. And then that one should come out a lot faster in comparison, because obviously it's just a singular act I'm working on, and the script is pretty much done. So yeah. How long does shading take? It can take a while. It's not one of my strongest suits. I'm sure I say that about everything when I do art. But it's not actually one of my strongest suits. But sorry, I'm trying to remember. Okay, warm. Okay, let's move to go that way. Let's get this way. Yeah, so it can take quite a while, but it really just depends on your lighting scenario. So right now I'm kind of doing a top-down lighting, which isn't as dramatic. I could have done like a, you know, real side lighting, which I might do. I can actually change that from this point on, because regardless, this part of the skull will be in shadow, so I may switch gears actually and start doing a side lighting, so the sun's sort of coming from this direction over here. So that means we need to go like this, So obviously this will be on shadow, this will be in shadow, this will be in shadow. Let's see, there, I'd say about there, something like this, and then something like this, like this. Funny enough, it's actually the thing I hate the most about my artwork. There we go. I feel it's because it's the one I've studied the least, because I find studying rendering techniques to be unwholesomely boring, especially when you got to render out, you know, the fundamental objects, the sphere, cylinder, the cube. I could do it, but I don't have fun doing it when it's the fundamentals. I want to work on more advanced forms. But obviously, if you can't do the advanced form, if you can't do the basic forms, you can't do the advanced forms. So, but I do plan, as I say, because I've what do we need? We need this, don't we? There we go. So I've been saying to a few people in the stream, I'm obviously working on this big special now. And I'm keeping the artwork. Why is it being weird? That's why it's been weird. I'm not doing any of the artwork until I have all the scripts finished, and my big plan is to actually do some really, really intense study sessions. So everything about the special can be as best as I can make it. So this edge here needs to be firm, but not too soft. Something like that. No, why is my music gone all weird? Something like that. Yes. That's looking alright. Right, let's now get in the... So one of the big things obviously you do when it comes to what music, what place you... It's literally just in... I mean, you can probably access it as well because you've got a YouTube account. You just go into your YouTube studio, hit audio library, go to genre, click ambient, and then I've just chosen the 2 longest tracks, and they are drifting at 342 hertz, and this one's now called The Golden Present. My music will change, because I've got a music license for a site called Epidemic Sound, which produce some really, really amazing tracks that you can choose to like completely dissect. So if you like just the drums or the piano or the melody or whatever from a certain track, you can say, right, I just want to download that instead of, you know, singing or whatever else you can. They've got thousands of bloody tracks. I do have a license for that, but it expired last month. Actually, no, I cancelled it last month because I don't like to pay for it when a video isn't coming out, because then it's just a waste of money. So my music will change in a day or two because I get paid on tomorrow. I get paid. Sorry, I keep forgetting it's Tuesday. We've had this big bank holiday in the UK because obviously the whole bloody king thingamajig. I don't know. What's it called? Coronation. That's the word I'm looking for. Oh, I'm sorry, you might be able to hear the fire alarm in the building. I forgot it's Tuesday. Every Tuesday they test it around about this time. So we've got a different cleaner than we had done a few months ago. For some reason, this one likes to make the fire alarm test go on for about 5 minutes. And you're sitting there going, right, okay, is it actually a fire alarm or is it just a drill? My dog's not a big fan of it either. Oh, I'm just gonna clip that in there. Alright, this is coming along nicely, so I'm starting to see the forms take shape. Obviously, I'll start adding in some more interesting shapes. God, if there's one thing I'm not looking forward to, it's working when I'm older. I shaved my head bald. New king, new me. To be fair, I need to shave my head bald as well. I look like a bloody mop on my head. Honestly, if I went to work, someone could just grab me by the ankles, dip me in the bucket, and then just push me around the floor. But hello, buddy. How you doing? Is the fire alarm going to stop anytime soon? I'm not evacuating the building. I've got work to do. I'm drawing. Any second now. I don't know if you guys can hear it. You probably can't. Any second now. There we go. It stopped. Okay. Why is that being weird? That's why it's being weird. Balding sucks. I used to have extremely long hair, like ludicrously long hair. And then I got tired of taking care of it. It just annoyed the hell out of me. Alright. But how are you doing today, my friend? You getting yourself ready for work? I'm sure that's what you said you'd be doing normally when you're popping. Alright, let's see. Now I'll actually start adding in the darker core shadows to some of these. Yes, indeedy. Aha, I do have a good memory. So you've got a interesting day ahead of you, do you reckon? Or is it going to be a grueling shift? And I used to have hair between my shoulder blades in college. I think every bloke did. Every bloke I've ever known. It's always a case of there was always a situation where they went through the stupid long hair bit. Sorry, I do actually miss my long hair from time to time. But I can't be asked to take care of it. So now I just shave the entire bloody thing off. I wear a hat 95% of the time anyway, so... Alright then. Right, as soon as we start getting the eyes shaded in. He does look like he's smoked a bit of the devil's lettuce, I won't lie. I may have to adjust that. That makes us both. I've got my beanie on as we speak. Except when I work, because it gets so bloody hot in the nursery, I wear my flat cap. I look like a stereotypical bloody cleaner. There we go. Guess I'm still going through that phase. Yeah, you'll hit the stage where, for me, I went from, I'd say, really long hair to the short back and sides with long on top. Kind of like the World War II military cut, but longer. And then I went from that to just getting sick and tired of having to constantly get my hair sorted to then just taking out a pair of clippers and just shaving the bloody things off. That's where I am now. But I've got a massive tattoo at the side of my head, so, you know, it kind of works into showing it off. Next, I'm going to get one of those visors with hair attached, wear it to work and just not address it. I would so do that. You should also like just shave off one eyebrow. There we go, there's some gradient in the eyes. Actually had some shadow like this, I think. Yeah, just one eyebrow. In primary school, I looked like a girl hair down my back. Yeah, same. Mine went right down my back. And then, so I got absolutely bloody sick of the thing. Excuse me. Just adding in some bounce light now to the shadows. And I will go back in and add some more interest in certain areas. But this is definitely coming together. I think now all I really want to do is just get some sharp highlight, well, not sharp highlights, but sharper mid-tones in before going about adding in the highlights. So I want to come back through and sort all these out. So I don't think this is really going to pop fully until I start getting the blood effect in. It should technically pop beforehand, but I do struggle with rendering faces a wee bit. Right, down there. Let's do this. Alright. There we go. I think this is going to be as interesting in terms of values as much as I can personally make it. What's the background going to be? For this shot, I might say, because the way it normally works in a lot of comic books, when you start doing more intense shots, they normally resort to, not all the time of course, but a lot of time they resort to gradients. They choose a specific color gradient to go with the mood. So I may just, what was I come up with? I may just choose a gradient for most of it. Something that will really make the facial features pop. So what I'm going to do is now I'm just going to add in the highlights. I'll try and be a little bit interesting with the highlights here. But this is just the skin at the moment. I'm going to go back through and sort out the eyebrows and the actual eyes and whatever else. It might be a little bit of a highlight, to be honest. Like that. No problem. Down here. Okay, I'm now going to add in some redness to the nose. Just add a little bit more interest. And then some redness to the eyes. Okay. now we want to go about getting the eyes looking more interesting, don't we? Like so. Now we want to let's see, go here, I think. All right. Right, I think all we need to really do now is, to be honest, get the blood effect in once we've done the eyebrows and some of the hair shadows. So we'll add in some darker spots of shadow. Really emphasize certain areas of detail. And then some brighter spots in the eye. Now I am going to do this. Welcome back, my friend. There we are. coming close to finishing up this render. I just want to add in some darker accents in areas that I can. Alright. Right, now if I go around the edge and tidy this up a little bit here. But should be able to now add in a nice gradient just to see something so it doesn't look all black. Let's see. Let's go something like that. We'll go for a orange gradient, I think. Now what I'm going to do, my favorite part, I'm going to copy the entire render layer. I'm then going to fill it in and then select it so I don't have to worry about going over the border. Do that, and then we're going to do what's next after this? After this one, I should probably go about rendering this shot here. So for now, I'm getting these shots rendered. So I would start a new inked piece, just to get all the frames and whatever else done. But it might just be best to get these all rendered out at the time I have left. So because it's 11:15. Obviously, I'm going to go till about 2 o'clock. So I think I might do the one on the very far left. Oh, is my toolbar going to load? There we go. Come on, toolbar. There we go. Right, let's get some blurred in. Let's go for this. Yeah, let's just make this, do a couple of spatters here and there, and then we'll go back through and then. No, I don't like that. What about? No, don't like that. Very much rinse and repeat here until I find a pattern I like. I mean, you would technically have it more here because he headbutts him, and then I could do a little bit of a spatter there, maybe a bit of a spatter there, and then let's see, overlay, multiply looks more interesting, and now just a little bit about there as well. And now obviously we need to go in and make sure get the blood out of his eye because this always happens. There we go. And then what I'm going to do, I'm going to then grab a ink pen, and just to make it a little bit more interesting, I'm going to start from a section. I'm going to follow the forms just to add a little bit of interest. Okay. And I might just add in a couple of speckles of highlight. Right, so and now, just so I can see what it looks like, if I put this in black and white. Yeah, that's good. Alright, what's missing, if anything? When it comes to the backgrounds, to the background, I've already got the gradient. I might add in a few abstract trees just to make it a tad bit more interesting. But I think, for the most part, apart from a few little bits here and there, I think it's actually relatively done. Yeah. All right, let's get some abstract trees, and thankfully I've actually got a tree brush, which I use for doing the abstractions, because it saves a hell of a lot of time. I've just got to find the bloody thing. There you are. Let's go for you, and then let's see, we want to go for these are tiny, they need to be bigger than that. It's alright, we'll just do a couple of these like this. And then I can play around with these. Yeah, they've got a bit blurry, but that's okay. We'll blur the background anyway. That will do that. Oh, my phone dingle-dangled. Why is my phone dingle-dang? Oh, sorry. One sec. Just got a text message from my boss. Do you know how he learned how to build it? Because that's not something that people know how to do. Yeah, from what I remember, he sorry, I'm just text messaging my my boss. Yeah, from what I remember, he actually basically just looked it up on the internet. He was there's a target known as tannerite, and the way these targets typically work, at least to my knowledge, is that when you hit them with a high velocity round, they explode. According to Sawaf, he was trying to make these his own homebrew version. However, the objects and materials the ATF agents discovered showed he was trying to make something a lot more powerful than tannerite. And I believe he just said he found it out on the internet. And there are plenty of places, unfortunately, you can learn how to make these materials. They're not as it's not as hard to come across as people think. It just requires a little bit more discretion, because obviously going searching for materials such as that to make certain ordnance is gonna get flagged. But, you know, people do it. People find ways. Like how careful I was with my speech. There you go, what is all added 8? Do that, and then... How would it make you feel if someone found more evidence about one of the cases that contradicts something you've put in? Would you correct for something like that? Oh yeah, I mean, if it was a horrendous bloody screw up on my end, I mean, there's been a couple of things that people have, you know, they've corrected me on. Best case scenario, I'd, you know, pin that comment of a big thing saying, you know, please read this. But I do put a disclaimer at the start of each of my videos now saying, you know, this isn't exact. I've done the best I can. Yeah, no, if I screwed up massively, then I would... Oh, what's going on? Yeah, then I would definitely go about probably doing an update or a revisited video. I know a lot of stuff is from a criminal case and that's not likely, but if it was something small like a mistaken location... Yeah, I mean, if it was a... I mean, for example, with this one, it's the dates are a little bit meh. It's trying to get the dates exact is kind of a nightmare. So I tried to be a little bit ambiguous with the dates. There we go, that's what I'm looking for. But... yeah, if it was like something major... yeah, something small like that, I can easily just correct with a comment, or even use the YouTube editor to add in like a little thing. But if it was a major screw up, then that would require a little bit more effort on my end. There we go. Right, so there we go. So you can build homemade tannerite with yeah, basically that's the ammonium is what he was found with. And I also think the sulfate as well. He was discovered with that, but he had, I believe, a total of... They found 2 bags of it, totaling 5 pounds. Like, they found a lot of it. Let's just put it that way. Like, way too much. And regardless, he wasn't trying to make targets. He was putting them in the trail cams instead. Sorry, I'm trying to get through quick with this this text message, but I'm having a couple of things at work I have to sort out. There we go, and then So yeah, a large quantity of powder means more pressure and bigger. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so well, the stuff they found, although it could 100% be used for tannerite, um, it was obviously clear that that's not what he was using it for. And in the end, it just it just blows my mind that I mean because his well not his girlfriend but his girlfriend's mother or his ex-girlfriend's mother claimed that Mark was only putting firecrackers in the trail cams. Well, this was obviously a lie. But yeah, it was supposed to like shock any thieves away from his trail cams. But it's just like, well, Dustin Hall, the guy who got his fingers blown off and half his chest blown open, you know, it was more than just a mere bloody shock. So yeah, and then not only that, it's not like he only placed one camera down and it was a unfortunate accident. He placed, I think, in the realms of 20 cameras in the end. It's like all, and each one of them booby trapped in this regard. It's like, well, I'm sorry, no, you can't make Mark look innocent if he was doing that. Okay. So give me 1 sec. I actually just need to go to the toilet. Oh, okay. I'm back. I'm sorry. I'm I'm all over the place right now. So my boss is texting me. Um. Okay, that's all my real life grown up job stuff done. So yeah, what we're gonna do is now I'm going to start working on the left frame over here. Oh, my neck. And then yes, from there we will hopefully be able to maybe even work on the top frame as well. I do wish the headbutt scene was a little bit more impactful, but unfortunately when it comes to doing, I guess, fight scenes, I'm not very adept at them. But it looks alright. It looks alright. Alright, let's get something, shall we? Let's get some more of my music playing. I think that's all ready. Now, we need to make the black and white version, of course. Oh, why did I do? Okay. So we're just going to get all the flats obviously in for this shot. So we're going to try and go for the middle, the darker value range, because it's supposed to be sunset. How long do you reckon this will take? What you mean, this particular shot? Maybe an hour? 40 minutes to an hour? Depends how in depth I want to go with this one. Oh god. Yeah. There we are. Alright, let's get the shirt in. I'm gonna go something back here-ish. I was actually watching a documentary last night, BTK Confessions of a Serial Killer, where they there we go. Good. Yeah, so I was actually watching a documentary, BTK, Confessions of a Serial Killer, where you hear Dennis Rader talking to I think she's a forensic psychologist. I actually quite enjoyed it last night, so it was quite interesting to hear Dennis Rader actually finally talk about his crimes, because he's been very closed-mouthed ever since he gave his confession. So to actually hear him go more in depth about why he did what he did was actually quite unique. So it's also quite creepy to hear how he Mike, you didn't have to do that, buddy. Come on. Thank you, mate. Honestly, absolute legend. Thank you. Actually had a beer last night. But yeah, no, so I've completely lost my train of thought now. But yeah, no, so I was doing this, watching this documentary about Dennis Rader, and it was absolutely fascinating to hear him finally talk more about his crimes. Sorry, that's just completely thrown me, that is. Oh god. Well, if anything, it's just made April probably the strongest month this channel's had in a very long time, to be honest. So thank you, buddy. I've already put your name on the big thank you for this video already. I've done that when I was doing the editing last week, so that's already sorted for you. There. Oh god. You watched the show? Yeah, I did watch Mindhunter. I absolutely loved it. But unfortunately, David Fincher burnt out on it, which was such a bloody shame. If you watch some of the behind the scenes, they also done some amazing things, like the visual effects team done some crazy things, like removing the wheelchair ramps like onto the sidewalks and stuff like that, because obviously in the 1970s they didn't have them. And it was just the amount of effort that went into really capturing the time period was absolutely amazing. And of course, you know, Robert Rester and all that. It was like the perfect show for anyone interested in true crime. And then it just ended, and it was like, oh come on. Especially, ironically, especially when they'd done this big thing about BTK, because he was the one who completely destroyed the FBI's behavioral science unit at the time, because they had this idea of the serial killer, or sequence killer, as they were calling, well, they were calling, yeah, English where they were calling them. So yeah, absolute shame that just happened to stop. Right, we need to go this way and this way. I was gonna say, yeah, I did say, Mike. I did thank you, Mike. I done a big thank you. I wasn't ignoring your your donation. So I've already got your name on the. There's a big thank you on the video already. I've done that in the edit. I did actually want to sit there and think, oh god, has he actually got the video a few minutes behind? So I didn't ignore you. That's very sweet of you, buddy. Thank you for that. It's incredibly sweet. You've actually made April the best month this channel has had in a very long time. Sad they didn't renew another season. I know, it's absolutely heartbreaking, but it's the way things go, I'm afraid. Besides, I can't see Netflix being trustworthy enough to keep the series going, even if David Finch did want to come back. Sorry, David Fincher. David Finch, the comic book artist. Here, I think. See you later, buddy. Enjoy your day. Hope work goes well. Alright, those shapes are coming out lovely jubbly. Will I ever do one on Ted Kaczynski, also known as the Unabomber, if I recall? I have been tempted by doing one on Kaczynski. The problem with covering Kaczynski and any crimes of that magnitude is it relies heavily on special effects, explosions and whatever else. I know I've done it for this one, but it's something I'm so out of I have very little knowledge on how to really replicate it very well, and on this one it wasn't too bad because I only had to do it the once, but with Kaczynski obviously the crimes are a lot more in your face and rather nasty. But no, I have considered Kaczynski. Where's the... That's the one. Okay, that's coming along lovely jubbly. Do you want to start carving in a few more light patterns into this side? Something like this. Maybe one here, I think, and something like that. It's so interesting how he led the FBI on a goose chase and they couldn't catch him until his brother. Yeah, well, to be honest, I don't think they ever would have caught Kaczynski, to be honest. If I mean, maybe, you know, 20, 30 years on with modern technology, but he was absolutely fascinating. I think one of the more interesting parts of the cases as well. Kaczynski was actually part of, when he was in college, the MK Ultra project. I believe he was part of the unit where they experimented with LSD on students. From what I understand, I mean, Kaczynski was always a bit of a recluse anyway. He never felt like he fit into society. So when this happened to him, obviously during his university days, it obviously didn't help matters, let's say the least. And obviously, you know, the MK Ultra project has come out in, you know, so many years later as a horrendous breach of human rights that the CIA done. And there's so much more we don't know because so many of the files got destroyed. But the fact that Kaczynski was in that program, then went on to do the Unabomber stuff, I mean, kind of says a lot, doesn't it? There we go. Yeah, he completely made them from scratch. I also know he used to put pieces of hair, like random people's hair in there as well. I think he also used to put initials and stuff like that on there as well to screw the authorities. I mean, the guy literally was a genius. It was never confirmed, but it's very like, yeah, I'm just going on what I've read. It wouldn't surprise me if it was true. No, not only that, let's be honest. They're not going to confirm it. Right, so we got to light up. Well, his head is turned more in that direction, so... Yeah, they thought it was a big organisation, if I remember. And obviously it was just one man in his cabin causing utter anarchy. Yeah, so when it comes to doing cases like Kaczynski, he's kind of up there, you know, with Ramirez, Dahmer, Bundy, that lot, you know. It's some of the more well-known ones, and the problem when it comes to the more well-known ones is there's less room for not even error. It's more, if you don't tell the complete story, there's not much point. You know, there's not much point covering it because, you know, everyone already knows the general lowdown of the case. I mean, I haven't done massive amounts of research into Kaczynski, but as you can tell, I already know enough. So it comes down to the case of, right, if I'm going to cover one of these big guys, I have to go full on and do like a 40-minute video on them. There we go, as well. So we want to go here, I think. Okay, like that. Like that, and then like that. Should get a good amount of this in. Okay, that's looking good. Looking very good, actually. I'm very happy with how this has come out. Alright, let's try to get some of these brighter sections in. I do actually want to do a gradient of this section here. Yeah, quite happy with that. That came out a bit weird. Let's get rid of some of them. Not happy with them. Nope. There we go. Alright, let's do that, and then actually need to make sure we do this as well. What part of the video is this? This is right at the end. This is Mark being led into the woods to show the ATF agents where he placed the rest of the bombs before he allegedly attacked one of them. And then a struggle ensued where Mark, again, allegedly tried to reach for an agent's firearm before being shot. I think that actually might be a better tone to go for, actually, instead of this one I've got. Yeah, it's very, very likely. I think there were some reports that Mark was in a bad state of mind during the entire incident, but I haven't been able to completely confirm that. Either way, the family of Mark ended up suing the state or the city, sorry, for it. They didn't win, because the judge decided that lawful amount of force was used. But yeah, so it was such a strange ending. To be honest, if it didn't end the way it did, I don't think I would have covered the case. No, exactly. No, exactly. You can't be you can't have all your eggs in the right basket if you think setting up trail cam bombs is a normal thing to do. I don't think them highlights are needed. I think that's pretty much fine as is. I'll probably do a little bit of bounce light, but I think for the most part, anything else I think will just be distracting. So if I had a couple of these in, just had a little bit of interest. Yeah, to be honest, I don't think I really need to do much with this shot. I think the lighting pretty much sells it as is. I think all I really will do is add in some tiny highlights onto his beard. Maybe onto some of his hair, and then I think, to be honest, don't need to worry about much else. Yeah, to be honest, I think the background's going to pretty much sell that, so... right. Right, let's, Would you ever consider remastering any of your old videos sometime in the future as you... Yeah, that is actually something I plan to do. So I want to remaster Unit 731. That is definitely one I want to redo. Basically redo the script, add in more research. But I actually do want, at some point... Oh, excuse me. Let me just have a quick stretch. Oh, there we go. I do actually at one point want to, I guess maybe as an anniversary thing, completely redo, research and everything, the Suyama Massacre. You know, the first ever video I did. I think that'd be kind of a cool thing to do. Because I think if I were to redo it now, the difference would be just immense. But I feel like that's something maybe I'll do, if not next year, maybe the year. So it's 2023 now, so I don't know, 2025 maybe. You know, I think that'd be quite a cool thing to do. Yeah, but so toy. Let's change. Oh, actually, that looks pretty cool. Oh, I like that. We did another one. Oh, I quite like that. Note to self: the multiplier layer with the trees gives quite a cool effect. I have to remember that. And then like this, and then add in the glow. Yeah. It looks like something from Hotline Miami or one of the GTA loading screens. Right, let's carve out some of these sun's rays a little bit. Soften enough, so. Well, if you want to research it, you can. So it's pretty cut and dry to what it is, but I don't know. There was something about it that really really appealed to me. Now that I've done that, I'm tempted to do it here. I can. But ooh, there you go. Let's just give it a shot. This will take all of like, I don't know, 4 minutes. because I much prefer how them trees came out in the background there. Plus, it'll add a little bit more consistency, which you can never go wrong with. I just need to cut around this section. Oh yeah, I really enjoyed Hotline Miami. That was a really awesome game. Right, so we want to now raise this little section half. Nope, if I didn't keep the layer locked, wouldn't it? We'll have to go back through with a inker and unsharpen a lot of these lines, but that's okay. For now, I just want to get this background because I really like how that one came out. So if I do that, and then we do the same gradient shift. I much preferred the first one. The second one was a hell of a lot of fun, but I kind of agreed with what some reviewers said. I thought the levels were so big that it was hard to see where certain enemies were, so it kind of added unneeded frustration. There, let's do that, and then we'll do this one again. So it was this, and then it was just a few trees like this, and then multiply, and then let's add some unique shape, multiply, and then let's do it 3 layers deep actually. Lovely. There we go. And now there's more on the line if you die. Nah, I don't know. I just thought they added too much unneeded frustration with it. Oh, not linear dodge. That looks weird. No, glow. Why do you keep going to linear dodge? Go to glow. There you go. Alright, let's actually do it. That looks so much better. So much better. Let's do that. And now let's go back through here and just soften up this edge that got cut to Christ. Yeah. Oh, that looks so much better. That looks so. Look at the comparison. It looks so much more cinematic. I mean, I know it looks a little bit like he's in the Amazon, but I don't care. It looks so much better. All right, let's get that in black and white along with the other frame. Why did that come out? That came out weird. Oh, I know why that's come out weird. There we go. Right, so now try that again. It's funny how much atmosphere you lose when it goes black and white, but that's alright. Let's say color is for Patreon as a little thank you for him. Actually, one thing I do want to do, I do just actually want to grab this. I do actually just want to add a little bit more oomph up there. There we go. Right, one thing I think I will do, actually, just for this shot down here, sorry, top right, very quickly, I'm just going to add in some branches, whatever else, just to add nice bit of interest into the frame. Almost make it feel claustrophobic for him. So we're literally just gonna resize, rotate, resize, and then we'll carve the frame. Sorry, not carve the frame. You know what I mean. Stop them going off frame. It's very subtle, not much there, but and something a little bit extra. All right. Oh, God's sake, why's it done that? Oh, it's done that again. Try that one again, shall we? There we go. Okay. Oh, it's 2 frames down. Oh. Now we've got the more pain in the arse one to do, but with how these two came out, this should look actually pretty good. So we need to get this guy's skin tone in. I will go around with a stronger liner because I just noticed his lines are very thin, which I do need to do more thin lines, to be honest, because I've got a very weird line hierarchy that I'm using that I don't really think is conducive to what I'm trying to go for, but anywho. It's miserable. It's very cloudy. We've had a couple of days of rain where I am. So it's all over the place, but we're definitely getting into that section now where I think it's going to be rain for a week or two, and then suddenly it'll just get blazing hot. It's normally how it works. I say, I hope we don't get the 40-degree heat again, but I bet you we will. I bet you a pound to a penny we will. apocalypse. I think that is a sign of the apocalypse, isn't it? Oh, not that one. This one. Alright, and now we want to go this way, and then here. We'll bloody this all up in a minute. Okay. Now I need to go for his lilac shirt. Yeah. I was gonna say, the way the weather's been recently, I think it says it all, doesn't it? Alright. Let's get this next section of his hair in, and then I'm actually gonna quickly go grab myself a drink because I'm thirsty. But these shots are coming out great. I'm really happy with how these are coming out. And I'm hoping I can get the last shots to really have that cinematic feel, a real end to the episode look. And then when all is said and done, I mean, don't get me wrong, I know I'm working on an episode that is very extremely obscure, so I'm not expecting mass amounts of, you know, people to come flocking to it, but I'll do some advertising on it on Reddit, and I'll see if I can find anyone I know who is willing to post it on some true crime sites. Not true crime sites, so true crime Facebook groups. And then hopefully we can get it the attention I like to think it deserves. Let's say at 2 o'clock I'm gonna work me dog, and then start working on the Beyond the Dark special when I get back. No, he didn't, which is probably unusual for cases I cover. No, he could have done, obviously. But no, I think that I did read some reports that there were 2 other incidences that happened with cameras. However, I have not been able to confirm them. I don't know if that was just the newspaper being, you know, over a... There you go. Yeah, just being over the top with the case. But no, he didn't. Unfortunately, Dustin Hall did lose some fingers and got some serious damage to himself. Oh, this is nasty looking. Oh, this is nasty looking. You can always tell when you get a relatively nasty scene or a nasty shot, because you start adding in this and it just makes you go, ah, ouch. Now what we want to do is we want to do this. And then this. No, I do tend to overdo the damage when it comes to injuries like this. Show way more than there actually is, but you know. Yeah, that's looking pretty bloody painful. Yeah. Ooh, ouch. Definitely gave the effect I wanted with that one. Oh. Right, the flats for him are done. Let's get the flats for Mark in. Yeah, so we're working with what range? Ouch. I bet that sucked. I was going to go get myself a drink, wasn't I? Yeah, give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. So yeah, what we need to do now is obviously, one each. There we go. Put in all the flats for this shot, and then I'm thinking of maybe doing some form of motion blur effect, which I've seen some webcomic artists do, and it does look really cool. But I don't really. I mean, I know how to do it, but it can be a bit hit and miss. That's the only issue. But it is something I could do. So I know I could just separate the two separate drawings and then animate them in Premiere Pro by literally just putting them on a keyframe so they move back from each other. I'm drinking what's this called? Original energy drink from Euroshopper. It's basically a merge, but the cheap version of it. That dirt cheap merge. I say dirt cheap, it's like 50p a can. It used to be about 25 or 30p. You gotta love the cost of living crisis, huh? And sugar tax. Ah, that's better. Yeah, so I do want to add some form of effect in. So when I'm working on the specials, I do want to sit down and really think of ways I can make these types of scenes have more impact, more punch, lack of a better word. To really accentuate, you know, the level of violence that does take place. But hi-ho, let's carry on forth. So I was actually recently playing Yakuza 7 Like a Dragon. Kind of and ahhed about playing it because obviously it went from action RPG into turn-based combat. I'm never normally someone who likes turn-based combat in games. I normally get bored of it, but I've actually really enjoying the game. But I noticed on some of their cutscenes, they would use there is a tech. He's got a certain name. I can't remember what it's called. But instead of animating the scene with all their 3D characters like most games do, they would have it where it was almost they'd cross dissolve or dissolve between the character doing two different actions as they were talking instead of fully animating it. And I do think that's something I should start playing around with more. I think it could really add some interest into certain shots. Like if the person was, you know, sitting there drinking a cup of coffee and then it dissolves into them putting the coffee down on the side. Yeah, it just adds a little bit more life to the images. The only reason I don't do it is because I'm still very funny with my figure drawings. Yeah, if you do play them, I'd highly recommend start with Yakuza 0. It's absolutely fantastic game, absolutely fantastic. If you've got so I play most games on my PS5. So if you've got a PlayStation or I think it's on Xbox. I know it's on PC as well. I've got it on PC as well because it was free for a while. But yeah, no, definitely start with Yakuza 0. It's absolutely fantastic game. Highly addictive. And the combat is just, it's absolutely amazing. Do expect it to get a little bit weird. I mean, it's clearly a love letter to anime and stuff like that, which does make me go, ugh. But I don't know, when Yakuza does it, I find it charming. Right, let's go for this hat. And now, obviously, want to obviously not give him black lips, black tongue, and black teeth. Too much. Did you make a panel of him getting shot? No, that's actually the next section. I'm going to be doing a special panel where I'm going to be using Blender to make it more 3D. At least I think I might. I haven't quite decided yet. But it's going to be, you're going to see on the far left Mark struggling with the officer, and then on the right, you'll see another officer with his gun aimed at his head, and then I'm gonna do a animated scene of animated shot of them obviously shooting him, like I've kind of done in a few other episodes. So then literally after that bit, I literally only have to draw a shot of Mark basically bleeding from his wound, as I then start to wrap up, because the rest of it after that will be basically me showing photographs of Mark and talking about Mark's father, and of course going into small details about the court case, and then basically doing what I've done in older episodes, which is kind of do a flashback throughout the entire episode. Kind of works in favour doing it. Okay. I am just going to add a little bit of redness into his nose, because I always find doing this just adds a little bit more interest into the skin. We're going to do this. And then we're going to hit multiply. And then we're going to go there. Alright, there we go. Yeah. This is definitely coming together. I've definitely gotten a much better grips now with doing colour. My colour schemes actually start to make sense, and they blend well with each other. Starting to get an eye for it, thankfully. Alright, we now need to obviously do his jumpsuit. Thank you. It's definitely looking good. I'm very happy with how these frames have come out. I was a little bit unsure. So when I think it will come out, let's see. Once these two frames are done, so this frame's done, and then I do the next shots, which are going to be 2 frames. And then got the SWAF counseling frames to do. I do want to redo the investigation shot. I've got the insert shots to do. I don't think there's any others I have to do in regards. I think I've literally got pretty much all apart from the very last 2 frames done in terms of inking. So I'm gonna, as I say, I'm gonna aim for the 15th. I'm gonna go hell for leather until I can get it done. I may even do some work over the weekend, just so it's so I can get ahead of myself. So it's gonna be on or around, excuse me, the 15th. The only thing I have to take into account at the moment that is a little bit putting it up in the air is the editing and finalizing the script, making sure it's it flows properly and I'm happy with the narration. Because one thing I've caught myself doing, and I never captured it before, is that I narrate quite fast, which, yeah, it's great in some respects, but other times I narrate way too fast in areas that don't need it. Like in action shots, it makes sense. You know, I narrate with the overall atmosphere of the scene. But if I'm narrating a relatively calm and peaceful scene and I'm talking a million miles an hour, it doesn't really lend itself very well. And I've tried to get better at doing that on this episode. Trying to basically fix all these little bumps and little nags and whatever else that I've had for a while, so when I do the special, it is the best work I can possibly do. Alright, that's the flats done. So what I'm going to do is now I'm actually going to put the background in. So the background is actually sorted. Any tips on voice recording? looks at. Hi, Leah. Leaf. L. What would you prefer? Well, it depends on really like what exactly is it you're looking for. If you're looking for technical tips, then there's a couple I can give, but not very well. What's that? Sorry, I'm brain farting here at the moment. Let's go fun. That's what we want. We want that. Yeah. Alright, let's do my new tree trick that I'm very much enjoying. I wish these trees were a bit bigger, like the brush, but unfortunately they're not. Oh, this one can get a little bit bigger. Alright, let's just try to get a couple of interesting patterns. I might even add in some clouds in this one, just to make it a little bit more interesting. So I'm gonna do is if I do this, I can then put some clouds there, I think. So if we do multiply, and then we do it again. About there-ish. And then another multiply with maybe some of these. Okay, and now we start going boink, boink. And like this. And now, where's my cloud brush? Put this behind. Which one do I want? Let's go for one of these. One of these. Maybe one of these. And one of these. And if we put these on, not multiply, but overlay, I'll tidy up the sense of it. Something like that. And now we start doing this. Just to soften that up. Oh, God. Now so you're going to want the lighting coming from this direction. It's going to take a little bit of push and pull to get this to look right. And then we'll go about adding in all the shadow values on our characters. The clouds, to be honest, disappear a little bit into the background. That's alright. Okay. I'll say that background is pretty darn good. Right, keep that there. But I'm going to turn that off for now so we can get everything else. But yeah, no, it really depends on what are you looking for when it comes to voice recordings. Are you looking for Like the technical aspects, microphones. What is it you're looking for? And how are you doing today, Leah? Thank you for joining the stream. Right, let's get. Let's get this one. Let's put this on a new layer, actually. I might do a secondary light source, to be honest, which I know doesn't make much sense in terms of there we go. In terms of everything else, sorry, in terms of the source where the sun is, but who gives a rat's ass? There we go. I'm doing very well, doing very, very well. Let's say very focused on getting this episode for Beyond the Dark nice and finished. And whereabouts in the world are you from? Well, I have memos for my work, and sometimes I listen back to them. I wonder what exactly I was trying to say. I know what. Like, do you mean you can't hear yourself very well, or like, is it from a technical standpoint, or do you feel like you're not being coherent enough? Both. Well, from a technical aspect, it really depends on what you're using to record. I mean, if you're using your phone, you can use your phone to record, of course. I mean, a lot of people, you know, haven't got money to go and fork out on a half-decent microphone. Oh, we got another Scotty! Great. There we go. Yeah, no, it really all comes down to what you're using to record. I mean, if you're using your phone, then the only thing you can really do is then you can upload it to your computer and either boost the audio and add in things like a compressor. That does clear up audio a little bit. But in terms of when it comes to not being able to, you know, talk properly, he says when he completely stops halfway through a sentence. I mean, when I script write, I mean, as I said, I'm painfully dyslexic. I actually write phonetically, and it's all about telling yourself to slow down when you're talking. I used to have the problem, to be honest, when I used to talk to people. That was awful. I couldn't talk to people at all. I used to completely shut down. And then the more I interact with people because of my work, easier it got, to the point. I mean, it used to be a case where I'd talk to people and I'd panic and be like, oh my god, I'm gonna speak a million miles an hour and hope they catch half of it. Now it's a case of whatever. Yeah, no, it's, you know, if you're recording on your phone, there are, I mean, you can download Audacity, for example, and then there are plenty of places on YouTube that show you how to clean your audio up a little bit. In terms of everything else, it's just catching yourself. What it really comes down to. But if it's like an anxiety thing, then obviously that's a personal thing. That's not something I can really help with, unfortunately. What software? Type of software? Oh, if if you're doing if you just want audio editing, then you can get Audacity. It's completely free, and to be honest, it's completely fine. I used it a lot in my early videos. Oh, fair enough. That's fair. That's fair enough. Yeah, no. So you could use Audacity to do voice editing, and as I say, there is so many bloody YouTube tutorials on Audacity that are really easy to follow. But if you're looking for something with a little bit more punch, Premiere Pro does obviously have some stuff in there as well, but it's more for the video. So yeah, stick to Audacity is what I'd do. Besides, I think you can do everything in Audacity that Premiere Pro can anyway, and it's free. Sort of. Yeah, go for it, bud. That's what I'd do. Alright. I'm gonna want to basically put this entire half pretty much into shadow. I'm saying this shot's gonna start getting nasty once we start putting in the blood. At least more of it. And then it'll start becoming a nasty little shot, that's for damn sure. Until then, we'll just make sure we get everything. Oh, not that. No, not a gradient, a flat. There we go. Right, now I do have the light kind of hitting him from this sort of side angle. So, yes, no. I think this will be in shadow here because of the way it's turned. And then maybe something like this. Maybe something like this. That will definitely be in shadow because that's facing completely away from the light. As will you. Again, a sort of sense of something like this, I think. That's what I'm thinking anyway. Yeah, that'll definitely do. Right, let's put this in. Okay. Obviously now I need to put in some of the flats on his hair and the rest of his face. Because I've just noticed I've completely ignored parts of his face. Not really. I've got a friend of mine, and he is he couldn't get more Scottish if he tried. He is poetic in his vulgarity. That's why I love him so much. And they're she, should I say, sorry. And yeah, whenever I do a proper Scottish accent in front of them, they always turn around and say, "You sound like you're trying to fit into a bar where you don't belong." But yeah. But I can't help but imitate the Scottish accent whenever I'm around them. Sorted. So what's your plans today then, Leah? Out here. Dog sitting. Oh, fair enough. What dog are you looking after? I've got my little boy behind me, half asleep on the sofa. Is this something you do regularly, or is this something you're being forced to do today? What project are you doing after this? Well, I'm going to be doing the Eight Immortals Restaurant Part 2. And as I've said before, it will be it'll come out a lot faster in comparison to this, because obviously it's one I've been working on for about 3 months. Which is funny, because it was supposed to be a short video, but I'm not very good at doing short videos. I have to really, really force myself to make it happen. But then after Eight Immortals Part 2, because that'll obviously come out much faster than anything else. I'll then have to decide which my next bigger case will be. That's kind of how I want to do it. I want to do a big case and then one of the smaller acts, you know, and then you know, Yoshiwara Part 2, whatever else. And then after that, I want to then do kind of go back and forth from doing that. I think it'll be a nice way to do it. And I think my plan was to do the Bellagio jewelry heist as kind of a precursor to a couple of videos I got planned. So I need to get used to doing the whole like robbery, armed robbery thing. Hey, came out pretty well. Right, my son's Staffy, and I pretty much do it. Oh, my ass! Not my ass. Don't do it. No, never mind. I pretty much do it most days. The dog has issues with being. Oh, fair enough. My what, the grandparents-in-law? They used to own a staff called Duke. He was an absolute baby, absolute sweetheart. So my little dog is a Springer Spaniel. We got told he was a pure breed. But just to give you an idea, my wife went to get her car MOT'd, and she came back with a dog, as you do. And yeah, he's got separation anxiety. He's pretty much okay now. We've sort of taught him, you know, there has to be times where we want to go out. But no, I'm pretty much with him until about 5, at which point my missus is in, and then she can keep an eye on him and say, gotta get him out for his walk in about an hour. So, all right, that's it's come out pretty well. I think I just want to add in a couple of little highlights. See if I can do this trick again that I saw someone do. Used to have a staffy. She was way too hyper for a house of like 7 people. Oh, yeah, he has a hell of a lot of energy. I mean, to be honest, he's probably... They say he was a full breed, but he's... he looks half lab. We recently got him groomed, and he looks half lab, to be honest. He's completely black. He's absolutely... Oh, I love him. He's my little boy. But he's the laziest Springer I've ever met. Around other people, he goes absolutely mental. But right now, he is completely Sparko on the sofa, and he is most days. He just sort of lounges about. He has a nap so he can have his midday snooze, basically. That's kind of my dog in a nutshell. But I can't blame him for. If I had the life like his, I think that's what I'd do. What's missing? Something in my brain is telling me something isn't right, and it's something to do with the nose. That's what it is. Yeah, there we go. Alright, let's sort those teeth out. Alright, I think new. Just need to do a tidy up on this jumpsuit a little bit. And then I want to now do a... I want to try a highlight out, but I don't think it's necessary, to be honest. I think, because whenever I try and do certain highlights, they just make it too distracting. Because my highlights aren't very strong. I mean, that was probably the most cock-handed way I could have done it. Looks alright. Adds a little bit of interest to the outfit, so... To be honest, I think Mark is pretty much done there, so I'm gonna quickly add in a little bit of blood speckling on his head to show, you know, he's nutted, this guy. Blood. Where's the blood? Could draw it myself, but I'm lazy. There you are. Something like that, or something like... something like that should do it. Let's do this. Keep that a little bit on his head there. There we are. And I actually am going to slightly break the rules a little bit and add a little bit of a highlight to it. I'm also going to add a slight bit of highlight around this side of the face, just to make it a little bit more interesting. There we go. Alright. Now, one thing we do need to do . Need to add in some, well, to put it bluntly, clots. Yeah, that's looking like a proper nasty headbutt. Really want this to, yeah, that's pretty grim. That's what I wanted. That is pretty damn grim. Oh. Now the only problem I'm probably gonna have is that Mark is actually gonna be casting a shadow onto the officer here, but I'll probably make it so like this part of his front is completely in shadow. This part of his arm will be a little bit in light, of course. But I think for the most part, so I do need to get used to drawing some certain elements in scenes where I don't use any outlines to add them in. So I've seen certain comic artists do this with things like they've done it. I've seen them do it with water, glass. I've seen them do it with. Well, sometimes I'll use like a white outline for glass. Trying to figure out the rules for it though is a little bit tricky. All right, that's why is that doing that? Yep. Yeah, it's looking good. Right, let's start getting the shadows in. I will also bring all this back because I've joined them all together to the multiply layer. Do that, and then let's just completely cover that one, actually. Okay. Right, start getting this hair sorted. The patience is something I've had to definitely develop. So I started learning how to draw about 4 or 5 years ago, and one of the biggest things it teaches you so many things wrong with yourself. And one of the things obviously I learned was that I'm a very impatient person, but it's the way of the world. We're used to instant gratification, so it really taught me how to slow down and accept the fact that I mean, I could sit here for probably the next, to be honest, I've got a friend who has been working on an art piece in total for 25 hours. Not non-stop. I mean, he's a machine, but not that much. And I could do the same with each of these frames. You know, I could sit here for 20 odd hours, frame by frame, making them as either realistic or as artistic as I'd want. But obviously, it just wouldn't be worth it. It'd be psychotic and just not worth it. So you got to understand, you know, at what point to not only let go, but you also got to accept the fact that if you're going to draw something, especially when it comes to drawing people, because we see people every day, we know when it doesn't look right. I mean, these two, for example, I mean, they look fine, but there is so much more I could do better. That's why we study. That's why a lot of artists study. However, I've also got to accept the fact that there's going to come to a point of where I've got to learn to settle in certain aspects. Let's say drawing a person, you can't do it in, I mean, you can do it in 5-10 minutes, but it will never look as good as you'd want it to be. There are some people out there that can do these amazing gesture drawings with perfect proportions and, you know, really awesome sense of light and shadow in 10-15 minutes. I just don't do gesture drawings that much, and I really should, because it is a key fundamental. But yeah, it's literally just you just got to learn to take your time, and also accept that depending on what it is you're drawing is going to determine how long it's going to take. I mean, this shot, for example, is you know, it's a close-up, which it probably shouldn't have been. It probably should have been more of a, actually no, it should have been a close-up, actually, considering the action that's taken place. But a lot of the times, you know, when I'm working with shots from long distance, you know, the main detail, it goes more into the background than the actual abstractions of the characters. So because of that, you've got to really, sorry, just trying to get this bit in there. What's it been with? Okay. Yeah, you really just got to accept the fact that it's maybe going to take you 2-3 hours to get everything done, if you're lucky. Alright, we want to do this. Actually, I'm gonna add a cast shadow onto his chest because technically Mark is in front of him, so I kind of want the light to be blocked on his chest. Will you ever show your face, or is anonymity better? I just don't see any point, to be honest. It's just, I don't know. You know, I feel like when it comes, the channel isn't about, you know, me. You know, I'm not one of these channels that's all about, you know, the personality or this, that, and the other. That's not what the channel's about. It's about trying to tell the stories, and I guess you see my personality through the artwork, and that's good enough for me. Best way to describe it, if you ever wonder what I look like, I basically look like a metalhead version of Ed Sheeran. Lazy eye and all. Best way to put it. Throw on a few tattoos, make myself taller, and yeah, we're relatively close. Born in the same area as well. Got some questions about for my father, actually. Let's see, well, this lighting here makes no sense. This is being blocked. Nobody's ever happy though with the outcome of anything. No, absolutely not. So when I was talking to my friend, we were laughing and joking at the idea. Do you reckon when Michelangelo finished doing the painting in the Sistine Chapel, he looked up and the Pope went, "Oh my God, it's beautiful," and he just turned around and went, "It's all right." This could have been done a bit better. I can guarantee you he did. I can guarantee you he looked at it and was like, yeah, no, it's alright. If I could do it again, I would. But to be honest, it's kind of the curse of every artist. You do something, you're normally really proud of it at the time, and then you either come back a month later and you go, oh my God, it's hideous, I could have done this, this, and this better. There we go. I don't really need that much. To be honest, I think I might just block out the entire front, because, I mean, I know he's technically in the light, but I'm just going to say Mark's blocking him, to be honest. Yeah, and if I just do a tiny little bit maybe here, on the shoulder, and I can just get away with just doing a flat shadow there. Yeah, I'll do. Yeah, I'll do. Alrighty then. One thing I did want to do, I wanted to add a lot of redness to the nose, because obviously it's just been proper smacked, and then same to the eyes. Might even add a little bit of bruising to the eyes, and then to be honest, I don't think there's much else this shot needs, apart from probably a little bit of a cleanup. Alright, let's do this. So let's add some redness to the eyes. Redness to the nose. This is why I love working digital, because you can make these decisions after. And you can do it traditionally, but it just takes a hell of a lot more time. But thankfully, skills do translate between traditional and digital. I do notice I'm more impatient when it comes to doing traditional. I think it's because I think when it comes to doing digital, you know, you can control Z and whatever else. Well, with traditional you can do that, but obviously with a eraser, but you've got to be a lot more careful. Digital, you've got a lot more room for error. Yeah, that's looking nice. Looking nice and nasty. Alright, let's get some bruising in the eye. Let's go for like purple. So I know the nose break has only just happened, but I want to add a bit of nastiness. Let's just do a little bit like just something subtle, and then we're gonna make that a little bit more subtle as well. And then I think something like that will do. Okay, the only thing we have to do now is go around with the ink pen and shore up the line work. Sure, YouTube is loving what they're seeing right now. Well, that needs fixing. Okay. Alright, let's just do the final part for the highlight. Alright, and then boop. Alright, start modifying this. All right. Think this is all 3 frames done. Yeah, I would say that's them done. Oh, my back. Oh. Oh. Right. I think now, anything really left to do, apart from obviously save them and make sure they're all done, is to start thinking about what I've got to move on to do next. So I could add some highlight a little bit more onto Mark's cheek area in the second frame of the top right, but to be totally honest, I'm not familiar with the bone structure entirely with that area yet. I need to figure out where the highlights actually go on that section of the skull. Right. I think for the next scene, what we're going to want to do is, because I do want it to be quite a powerful shot. I think I can use the way I've done the background in these 3 frames as kind of a nice abstract way, instead of having to worry about actually doing this complete massive background. So that might actually speed up the process a hell of a lot. So what I'm thinking, the television on. Alright, so let's just get these all saved and exported. Alright, let's start with frame 1. Right, yeah, so final frame 1. Final frame 2. Final frame 3. Right, now that they're all saved, obviously I've got the color ones there to go through. Right, now we need to sketch probably the hardest part. Thank you. I'll say that's 2 of them frames are completely done from scratch today. The one on the far left with Mark just standing there, that was done I think on Friday, like the ink work was anyway. Obviously I've done the rendering during the stream, but now we get to do the fun part, which is sketching. So let's start with the frame. So this is going to be one of the larger shots in the entire episode. So we're going to need to have Mark and the officers struggling here, and obviously the police officer here aiming his weapon at the back of Mark's head, and then there's going to be a little bit of animation as the trigger gets pulled and obviously shoots Mark. So I need to now think of how to get... See, the problem is Mark is, at least according to the report, had his arms restrained in his by his waist. So I've got to figure out how he's struggling. If he had his arms free, it'd be so much easier to do, but I can't do that. So instead, I'm gonna have... Actually, yeah, if I've got Mark, maybe got the other officer in a headlock, that would make sense. So let's just start gesturing in something along that lines. So he'll be going in this sort of direction, and then It will be something like this, and then maybe have him hunched over the officer with his hand trying to reach the gun. From what I understand, from what I read in the report, it was a full-blown struggle. And it was the agent who told the officer to shoot Mark. So I want it to look like quite a intensive scene. So I need to have something like this. I'm trying to figure out the that might do it, yeah. So we've got him looking that way instead. So it's then clawing the ground like that. He's obviously got his nose busted, so he ain't doing too well. And then maybe he's got a hold of Mark's. Yeah, he's got a hold of Mark's arm here, because you would do if someone's got you in a chokehold. And then his hips are going to be that sort of angle. And there's going to be maybe a kneecap there. And then obviously the leg's going to curve like that. Excuse me. And Mark is going to be twisting his body a little bit. I want him to be interlocked. I don't want them to be just, you know, laying next to each other. I want them to be proper interlocked with each other. So something like, excuse me, something like this might work as a rough sketch, and I can now just start playing around with the figures and etching them out. So I'm going to do the Loomis method for putting in some form of construction lines. Now his arms are technically chained to his waist, but I don't think anyone's going to notice with this bit, to be honest here. I mean, it's... this is better than what I would normally do, otherwise it's just going to end up looking way too awkward. It's not like there's any pose reference I can find of two people struggling, one of them who's got their arms tied to their waist. So I'm going to pretend the chain is longer than it actually is. Alright, so we something like this, and then this arm will probably be going in that direction, and then let's curve it in. Because foreshortening in art is actually what gives it more dynamism. That's a really hard word to say. Dynamism. Yeah, you know what I'm trying to say. Okay, I think I can start sketching out some actual base forms here now, actually. So let's see. So I want Mark to be effectively looking down, or at the very least, his eyes looking down. And obviously I'm going to then blow this frame up so it takes up the entire frame. Excuse me. But we want to get the rough sketch in first before we worry about that. Let's see. He might actually have his head lower and his shoulders more hunched, like this. Then we've got the collarbone. And then say this is the elbow, that means maybe the forearm here. that's going to be the collarbone around about here. It's going to come around. So let's say shoulder here, shoulder here. That's going to come in down with something like this. And then the arm is going to go probably down a little bit. Let's increase the head here. I was going to have him I was actually going to have him hold on to this arm, wasn't I? So it would be more like this. And then I do actually want his knee to be here. That's looking more interesting now. Sorry for my silence. I've just been looking at trial cam videos of trespassers walking into booby traps. Fair enough. Yeah, right, mate. So I'm just going through the gesture phase of this, getting it all sorted and figured out. Right, I think this is actually ready to be moved into this segment now. I think this is ready for another refinement. Yeah, that's already coming out much better. No, I actually want this to be kind of a harrowing scene, to be honest. I don't want the officer to just look like he's in pain. I want him to actually look like he's, to be honest, absolutely terrified. But for now, kind of got them interlocked. So we're going to keep playing around until we can get it to look pretty much like why am I busting up his nose? It doesn't need to be busted yet. I'm going into the details. I always do this. There we go. Something like this. Excuse me. And then... No, that's not quite right. That doesn't surprise me. That honestly does not surprise me. He could have gotten the idea from there. So I don't know where exactly he decided to, you know, or why exactly he decided to do the whole trail cam thing. Is your drawing based on people you know, or is it just random faces? So the face of Mark, I loosely based it on his. But the rest of the people, it's basically, I end up watching, whenever I watch shows and whatever else, even when I see people in the street, I take notes of, you know, their facial proportions and, you know, if anything makes them kind of stand out or look interesting. And the other thing I do is I do a lot of still lifes, portraiture and whatever else, to kind of build up a visual library. But for the most part, I pretty much just draw them, apart from, you know, I guess the main star of the video, I pretty much just draw people however I see fit. Obviously, it depends on, you know, where the location is, because it would look weird if I was doing a video and say, let's say China, and everyone looked like, you know, a guy called Gary who lived in Michigan, you know, lived in Michigan. It would look like very odd. This is coming out lovely. I do want to reduce the size of this head, though. Yeah, I do have a bit of what's known as same face syndrome, which is an artist term. It's where you basically unfortunately a lot of your heads and stuff do look very similar. I'm trying to break out of that, which requires you to like sort of play around proportions and nose and mouth shapes and whatever else. It's mainly the nose shape that really defines someone's face. It's why you know, nose jobs are so obvious when people get them done, because you're so used to seeing someone look a specific way that when they go and get their nose done, it's, you know, blatantly obvious. I believe the CIA actually, when they do send in undercover agents and they do use prosthetics, one of the first things they do actually change is the general nose shape to completely change who a person is. There we go. We're going to pull this arm in because we've got it extending a little bit too far out. I'm going to put in some more of that there. So the way I'm drawing at the moment of these, I mean, I call them mannequins. I've heard a couple of artists refer to them as mannequins because that's basically what they are. I actually learned, well, I've actually been studying the work of an artist, an American illustrator called Albert Dawn, who was a very, very famous illustrator in the 1950s, I want to say. And he, along with, I believe it was Norman Rockwell, J.C. Leyendecker, and a few others, even Loomis technically done this as well. They would do these sort of mannequin poses for when they do their big illustration pieces. And it's just amazing at how much life they would really put into them. And how simple, you know, something like a mannequin can be, but still look like there is a scene going on. Let's put him out. Up there. I'll figure out that arm in a minute. Alright, I'm getting there slowly, so I am doing a full standing pose, which means he's probably going to end up lopsided at some point, because I'm trying to... Oh no, I've got him balanced on on the proper leg. Okay, that leg is balanced, it just needs to be more flat to the ground. But we are currently at 10 to 2, so once I've got this this guy sketched in, I will end up leaving it there, because I need to get my little dog out in a second, so I'm just gonna wait until I've got this to a good enough point where we can pick it up tomorrow. Did he headbutt the officer and then pounce when he was on the ground? I believe so, yes. Or at least an altercation took place. I don't know if the headbutt was an actual thing, but the way I normally do it with certain scripts, if the information isn't clear, then I don't specifically say what happened, and then I'll just sort of show. So then, you know, it's down to your conclusion. But to my knowledge, there was he somehow managed to get the officer on the ground. Whether it was just a tackle or what, I don't know. But all right, let's see. I think, to be honest, he's gonna probably end up like this, because that looks like a much better composition. Yeah, that's gonna look like a much better composition. So let's grab our mannequin. Let's put him like here, I think, because then we get an L-shaped composition, something like that. So now yeah, that looks better. we'll do is we'll do like, you know, trees leading up into this area, and then make this area kind of open ground and whatever else. But I think for the rough sketch, that's not a bad one. So I'm just going to quickly add in the black cinematic lines here, because for some reason always helps me personally, and I don't know why. And obviously we'll work with perspective a little bit better, so I'll probably end up lowering this leg so it's more flat to the ground, because right now it's a little bit too high. But I think for the final shot that is looking good. So what's going to happen is going to go from this shot to then I'll probably have it where Mark and the officer stay the same, but then he's going to cross dissolve into then aiming the gun, and then the next shot will then be obviously the round hitting Mark in the head. So it's going to be 3 different versions of this exact shot. But it should look, excuse me, relatively good when I finish. The only thing I might do, just to add a little bit more interest, I might add in some like insert shots of like a close up of the gun, like cutting across the frame like this, and then you know guns like here, hands here, finger there, and then you know the gun firing, and then cutting back to this, so then seeing Mark, you know, getting shot in the head and reacting, and then yeah. So, excuse me. With all that said, I think I'm going to end the stream there, because it is now 10 to 2, and I need to get my dog out in like 5 minutes. Oh, and then I've got some script writing to do for the Beyond the Dark special. So thank you all for joining, and oh, crack my neck. I will see you all tomorrow, around about the same time, around about 9 o'clock in the morning for me, which I don't know what time it'll be. So yeah, thank you all so much for joining, and I'll see you then. You are going to hear me listening to myself on the stream, because otherwise I'll cut it off when I'm halfway through talking.